It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life. On this Wednesday, March 16, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. It is such a great time to be alive. A little extra buzz in the air, not only because it's springtime almost, 5 days away, 4 days away, 5 days away, but because the UFC is returning to London this Saturday. It feels like a big event. The crowd is hyped. The fans are hyped. The fighters are hyped. In fact, it was 3 years ago today, the last time the UFC was in London. Of course, that was the event headlined by Jorge Masvidal against Darren Till. Big knockout win for Gamebred. Pretty much kicked off his 2019 epic year. I remember being in Oklahoma City that day. I was working on a show called Hoop Streams with Steven Jackson and Cassidy Hubbarth. And this was a big deal for me. I was at a game. It was Warriors Thunder Saturday night. My first chance to really get to do some NBA stuff. And it was, a late evening game. So it was kind of coinciding with the main event, Masvidal versus Till. And I remember being on the court and I'm like, holy crap, there's Klay Thompson, there's Stephen Curry, there's Russell Westbrook, and Jonas Jerebko, friend of the program, playing for the Warriors, in the layup line, comes up to me and says, did you see what happened in the main event? I said, no, I've been here. I've been doing the show. He said, Darren Till just got knocked out by Jorge Masvidal. Now, he didn't say it that way. He didn't say Jorge Masvidal, but, that's what I thought. That's how I interpreted it and digested it. And I'll never forget it, of course, afterwards, 3 pieces. So anyways, they're back after 3 years. It's a big deal. We got a lot to discuss on today's program, a lot going on, a lot of guests, a lot of questions to answer. I love Wednesday. Wednesday just has a different kind of feel than Monday. So I hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all sitting back, relaxing, wherever you may be, on a walk, in your car, on a plane, at home, running, whatever you're doing. Thank you for choosing us. Thank you for your support. Now, we also appreciate DraftKings support. This show, as always, is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, they are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but the MMA as well. And I think that's even more significant. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code THEMMAHour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. GC will stop by later in the program, give us his picks for the weekend. Also tell us about our March Madness pool over there. So there's a lot going on with our good friends over at DraftKings. Please support them because they support us. Back into the show around 4 o'clock. I'll answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com is where you can leave them. There's already a ton. I will hope to get to as many as possible. I was perusing ever so briefly before the show, some good ones there. So everyone loves On the Nose, everyone's favorite segment of the week, of course. Stay tuned for that. 3:40 or so, we'll be joined by GC to get his picks. So stay tuned. He's on a roll. He's on fire. I'm not on fire. He is on fire. So stay tuned for that. We'll get his picks for the weekend. At 3:20, we'll be joined by El Matador, Ilia Topuria, who faces Jai Herbert this weekend. But no one's really talking about that, at least as of right now. They're talking about the incident that happened yesterday at the host hotel between Ilia and Paddy Pimblett. They got into a bit of a fracas, if you will, a kerfuffle, if you will, punches thrown, words said, exchanged, sanitizers thrown as well. So it was a bit of a scene. They've been going back and forth on social media for the last couple months. It finally came to a head. I don't think anything of note happened really, but we'll talk to him. He was fired up. Paddy responded today at the media day. We'll get into all that with Ilia, who competes this weekend. 3 o'clock, we'll be joined by Kevin Holland, a.k.a. Batman, a.k.a. Superman, a.k.a. Iron Man, a.k.a. the Incredible Hulk. This guy, every couple months, is stopping crimes from happening. Remember back in October, he took down a car thief? Well, on Monday night, he's at a sushi restaurant in Houston with 2 buddies, and a gunman walks into the restaurant and just starts shooting. Kevin Holland, of the UFC, who just defeated Alex Oliveira, helps take down the gunman, helps subdue him, helps take his gun away until the cops show up and arrest the guy. No one got hurt. 40 to 50 people, according to reports in the restaurant. Kevin Holland, who has a lot to live for, who's a trained fighter, is out there just stopping people left and right. What a legend. We'll talk to him about that at 3 o'clock. 2:30, we'll talk to Demetrious Johnson. He, of course, is competing next weekend on that 1X card, the 10th anniversary show. It's a tremendous card. He's going up against Rodtang in that mixed rules fight. Remember? Muay Thai MMA, Muay Thai MMA. So it's finally happening. DJ, one of the greatest fighters of all time, Mighty Mouse, will be joining us. All hail the greatest flyweight of all time. 3 o'clock, we'll talk to another legend, Matt Brown, the Immortal. He's also fighting next weekend in his home state of Ohio against Bryan Barberena, approaching the end of his career. It's amazing how long he's been doing this for. One of the good guys in the game, and he's getting an opportunity to fight at home in the first fight night in America to happen since February of 2020. So this is a big deal. It's happening in Columbus. That's the one headlined by Chris Dawkins versus Curtis Blades. 1:30, one of our favorites in the game, Molly McCann, Meatball Molly. She'll join us. She's fighting this weekend. Of course, she's one of the big stars fighting on the London card. She's the pride of Liverpool. She's my fellow Evertonian. She's going up against Luana Carolina. And I believe she's making history. First British woman to fight on the main card of a UK card ever. That's what I'm being told. So Meatball Molly deserves that distinction. As you guys know, March 19th is a big day. Saturday is a big day. UFC's return to the O2 Arena in London. There's also KSW. I mean, there's a lot of MMA going on. There's PFL. There's, like I said, KSW. There's all kinds of things going on. But we here at MMA Fighting, while we acknowledge all of those big events, while we think they're all worthy of our time, our coverage, our consideration, we're actually not most excited for those events. Not even UFC London is at the very top of our leaderboard. The event that we are most excited about is going down at the same time as UFC London at around 3 o'clock. It's Celtic Gladiator 31 going down in Commerce, California at the Commerce Casino. Everyone knows about the Commerce Casino. It is world-renowned. Celtic Gladiator 31. That's this Saturday, March 19th. And the people's main event, the most anticipated fight on the card, is a battle between two undefeated fighters, Fritz Freudendorf, I might have screwed that up, going up against a very familiar name and face, a pillar of MMAfighting.com. There's the poster right over there. You've probably seen it by now all over the internet. It is a massive, massive deal. It's the battle of the unbeatens. Someone's O has got to go. It's Frauendorf versus Leydon. Casey Leydon, a.k.a. Eugene Casey Leydon, a.k.a. the head videographer / editor at MMA Fighting, dating back to 2009 when we were known as AOL Fan House. Our good friend Casey Leydon making his MMA debut after weeks and months of training this Saturday at Celtic Gladiator 31. And if you're fighting on a weekend and we're doing a show called the MMA Hour, it's a rite of passage, if you ask me, to come on the show before the big fight. We had to have our good pal Casey Leydon on the program before his highly anticipated mixed martial arts debut. And so without further ado, for the very first time, I do believe, let us go to the Zoom machine. And there he is. Mr. Casey Leydon.
There you go.
How are you, sir? This is amazing.
Oh my God. This is that intro. I don't know. I'm more nervous. I'm more nervous right now than I think. I'm pretty sure I'm more nervous now than I will be on Saturday.
That's absurd.
That was, yeah.
I don't believe that for a second.
I was waiting. I was just like, my heart was like, just say my name. I'm going to start this.
I know. You got to build it up. You got to build it up.
Good job.
Did I butcher your opponent's name? You know him, right? He's kind of like a friend of yours.
He's not a friend, but we have trained together throughout the entire program. That I guess we'll talk about that later. The Wimp to Warrior program, and he was one of the other 19 guys in the class. And so we know each other. But once they paired us up together about halfway through, we knew we were going to fight. Then I think we kind of we were just, we were polite.
Sure. Which is, cordial, respectful, classy.
Cordial, yeah.
I want to go all the way back. Let's go all the way back here. We need to build up to this. Your introduction to the world of mixed martial arts, I do believe, was back in 2006 when you were hired to work on a project for a promotion that eventually became known as Elite XC. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was living in LA. I was an editor and a documentarian, and a producer from Jimmy Kimmel, the executive producer from Jimmy Kimmel Live, was working on a little side business that would eventually be ProElite.com. And essentially, I was at the Jimmy Kimmel offices, and they're like, "Hey, Casey, are you busy right now?" I'm like, "No." And it's like, "Here's $500 and a bunch of jungle fight DVDs. Can you rip these and make a highlight sales reel?" And that was the eventual sales reel, the sizzle reel that they used to get money for ProElite.com or ProElite. And then ProElite eventually became Elite XC. And I eventually came on as an editor and worked on promos and videos for Elite XC. And that was kind of my introduction to the world of mixed martial arts. And that's where I met you.
Yes, but you did work on a project that has never seen the light of day, which I think is one of the all-time great things. Did you lose me? Because I hear you.
Oh, why did my sound go out? Not now.
I hear you just fine.
Oh, no. Oh, turn that. Sorry.
Oh, it went to the phone. You hear me now?
Oh, hello. Oh, there you go. I hear you now.
Sorry. What an amateur, this guy. Unbelievable.
I know. That was actually Esther Lynn's fault.
I know. I saw someone over there. I don't know. You have a whole video crew following you now? That's how big of a big shot you are? Jeez.
Yeah, it was Esther Lynn's fault. Yeah.
Esther, of course. So, legend, all elbows. So I have to. Oh, here's AK Lee. Everyone writing me here. Okay. So you shot a project in that time period. That never saw the light of day, which I think still would be like a piece of MMA gold. You followed the great Jared Shaw, a.k.a. Scala. You know what bumps me out? I feel like most fans don't even know who Jared Shaw is right now.
That's a shame.
Isn't that a shame?
Schooling in the streets. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. So, so I was hired. Yeah. I did a pilot, and we called it Son of Shaw. It was basically to kind of sell Jared Shaw, a.k.a. Scala, the son of Gary Shaw, the head promoter of Elite XC. And he was going to be the next kind of the new Don King, the young Dana White.
Yes.
And I just followed him around, and it was weird. It was weird.
And I believe the first, I'll never forget this. I believe the first UFC pay-per-view that you ordered was UFC 69 when Matt Serra knocked out GSP, correct?
Yes. And my big takeaway from that was, like, everyone talks now like, oh, that was like the biggest upset ever. But I remember watching that and going, I don't know, Matt Serra looks pretty tough. His arms are big. I didn't think it was upset at all.
Right.
Like, it wasn't until years later. 'Cause I didn't follow it where it was strictly a job.
Right.
This was just a job. It paid the bills. And I was like, cool, cage fighting. This seems crazy. And it was simply a job. For the longest time, it was really just a job.
So 2006, 2007, I start to travel to events. 2007, 2008, I'm going to Elite XC, Strike Force, Affliction, etc. And I would see you at these Elite XC events because you were working for the promotion in the back. Mm-hmm. 2007, 2008, 2009, you part ways with Elite XC. And I tell the head of AOL Fan House, who I'm working for at the time, because when I was going to events, every time I would go to a different location, I would have to hire a local videographer via Craigslist. So if I'm in Stockton, I have to peruse Stockton videographers on Craigslist to find someone. I got some okay ones, some total lemons, and I was tired of doing that. So 2009, I make the pitch to Brian Tucker, who's still with MMA Fighting, the leader over there. Can we hire Casey, who's no longer working for Elite XC, to be the guy so that we don't have to, find a new person every time we go to these events? The first event that we worked on was, do you remember?
UFC 104.
UFC 104 in Los Angeles. We waited for Dana White at the mall over there.
The mall, yeah.
That's right.
I remember.
And so basically from October of 2009 till June of 2018 when I left, we went all over the world together. and you were the only guy to shoot any of the stuff, all the walk and talks. I tell people this. I was just talking about the Bisping walk and talk, where it was just you and Esther walking backwards. Eddie Alvarez in Philly, Rampage in Japan. You shot all of those.
Connor in Dublin,
of course. Yes, you shot all of those. So I want to give people context as to, because they may not know. You did all of that on your own, edited them out, would like turn it around in hours, no audio person, no lighting person, nothing. Like, we're going to DC's room, we're going to John Jones's room before these big fights. Okay, so this is great. You're doing that. This is your job. When does it become, I'm shooting stuff, I'm in MMA media, to I want to start training and getting active in this, and then I'm starting to think about actually competing?
It actually is really Greg Jackson. I met Greg Jackson, and he was like the first kind of person in the sport I met as on the fighter kind of coaching part of it, where I was like, oh, there's more to this than just, bad tattoos and, bright, crazy shirts. That's what it was like. I can't say it enough. Like, for the first, I don't know, 6 years or whatever, it was just a job. But I met Greg, and he just kind of, I know we just got along, we hit it off well, and he just kind of, I realized there was more to the sport. I realized these are actual people, and then once I realized these are people, and like, oh, these are like dreams, and they try so hard, and there's so much sacrifice that goes into this, and I think maybe once I met Greg, then I was introduced to like Brandon Gibson. Gibson was like, "You want to hit some pads?" I'm like, "Okay," So we'll go to like the workout rooms, and he'll hold pads for me, and I'll try it out, and and that's kind of how I kind of learned to I wanted to do more, and then just as a professional who just taking pride in my work. I would do a lot of backstage videos. No, not with you, but like, say I'll be like with Lima McFarlane. I'll go backstage, I'll follow her. And there was like just a bit of a disconnect I felt between me being behind the camera and what they're going through. And I felt training I would just know more and understand more. And essentially the next logical step was just like, freak it. I mean, let's fight. And that's pretty much how I got there.
And so you do this through this program that you just mentioned, Wimp to Warrior, which is no longer called Wimp to Warrior, right? It's now called Alta.
Yeah. They currently rebranded it. It's called Alta now. So if I say Alta or Wimp to Warrior, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so how does that happen?
And that was with, well, the guy that runs the American part of it is Rich Chow.
Yeah.
Rich Chow. Former Bellator matchmaker, former Strikeforce matchmaker, and also former Elite XC matchmaker. And that's how I met Rich Chow way back then. And we've always kind of stayed in touch. We were always friends. And so essentially this only happened because pandemic happened too. That's important to note because, like you said, we traveled all the time, man. Like, it was just ridiculous. But once pandemic happened, like kind of all our lives changed. So I was just at home. So I actually had a lot of time to train. And that was when Rich called me about 6 months ago and just kind of pitched this idea. And I was like, yeah, I don't have anything better to do. And that was like, and really, I just felt like I just didn't want to miss the opportunity. He gave me an opportunity. I just didn't want to pass up on it because I felt, well, I'm really going to regret this if I pass up on, because I really had no excuse to not do this. So, Rich gave me an opportunity and I did it. And since I'm not traveling to all these people, I'm not like before pandemic, you and me would be in London right now, pretty much, but we're not, we're at home, we're working, we're doing this stuff. And it made it a possibility. So I just, did it.
How old are you?
I'm 44.
44. I think that's important because I think some people would be afraid if they're in their 40s to do something like this. Up until this point, how long have you been training?
I've been training about 4 years, but it was nothing consistent. It was like I'll go to a couple like Muay Thai classes down the street at a local gym. But then I'll do it for a couple of days, but then I'm on the road for 2 weeks and everything. And it wasn't until I just got stuck at home that, I just started like, all right, I'm just going to do this for real. And, I don't know, like, if you remember, like, I mean, I don't want to say I was like a, big dude or anything, but like I was over 200 pounds.
Right.
And now I'm under 170.
Wow. Yeah. I was going to ask you, when you started, how much did you weigh?
I topped out about 210.
210. And now, today, how much you weigh?
But 168, 169. Yeah.
And the fight, the weight class on Saturday?
The weight class actually would be, it's technically is a middleweight fight, but because it's an amateur fight, our coaches didn't want us to really cut weight. So both of us are kind of have a gentleman's agreement. We're gonna come in. He's gonna come in around under 180. I'll be around 171. I actually have to gain a little bit of weight.
Okay. When did you find out about this date? Like, how long has this opponent been on your mind?
We found out about this date probably about 2 months ago. So the whole time we knew we were going to fight the end, but they didn't tell us they want us to go through about 10 weeks of the program, about halfway through the program before they matched us up. And then about halfway through, 2/3 through, they asked everyone in the class, kind of privately, who do you want to fight? Do you want to fight? You don't have to fight if you're in the right. But who do you want to fight? And I actually picked him because I thought he was the toughest dude. He's only 23. I think he's only 23.
Wow.
We've sparred a lot. He's faster. I think he's a little longer than me. He's taller. I was like, okay, this will be a tough fight. And I felt I needed that motivation to really, to do this. And it turns out fear of getting your butt kicked is really, for me, the best motivator to make myself a better mixed martial artist.
Yeah, like having that date, having that opponent in your mind. Now you're like, okay, it's January 19th. It's February. Is there a lot of anxiety? Are you nervous? Are you dreading it? How would you describe the emotions as you are approaching that date?
It goes, man, it's a roller coaster. It really is. I have a hard time sleeping at night because, you're just visualizing. I'm not even trying to visualize it, but like, I just can't get it out of my head. I'm going through best case scenario, worst case scenario. Oh, go out there, take him down, sub him in like 30 seconds. Oh, I go out there. He does a flying switch kick and knocks me out. I go back and forth all the time. So it's a lot of anxiety. It's a lot of fun. I always just go mostly anxiety, and it's all over the place. But it's even more than that. Like, now that the fight's coming up, like, there's a lot of things I just didn't realize are such a big pain in the butt. Like, we have to go. This is actually a commissioned fight, so we go through camo. So I have to do a lot of licensing. I've had to see. I did a cardiologist. I had to do EKG. I had to run on a treadmill. Wow. I had to do all that blood tests, do my physicals, just dealing with all the kind of bureaucracy of fighting too was something I wasn't expecting. And that's been kind of a new thing. And doing this, this is the first time I've ever talked about myself. It's weird talking about myself for this long. It's just odd. Like, I'm on like podcasts and stuff. I'm talking about other people. I'm talking about, fights and stuff. Right. Like, this is just talking about me. So everything just feels weird. And so it's just it's a very unique experience. I love the experience. I love that I'm going to have this story to tell, but in the process of creating that story, it's a ride. Like, I really have just new emotions, honestly.
Yeah. Are you in your mind thinking this is a one and done, or do you think you'll do it again? Obviously, a tough question to ask before, but in your mind, what are you feeling?
In my mind, I want to do it 3 times.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So but everything really, I'll see how I feel Sunday.
Right.
Because, and a lot of it has to do with Esther, my wife, all elbows. It's just because one of the coolest parts about this is actually going through this process. I hear, we hear so many interviews with fighters and they say certain things, whatever. And a lot of times we hear, this is a team sport. It's not an individual sport, but like we get that. But now I understand it because there is zero, I don't want to say zero chance I couldn't have done this by myself, but like, it would just been much more miserable to do this by myself, to, not have Esther kind of help me with my meals, do the grocery shopping, just wash all my dirty laundry. I have so much dirty laundry. I have so many wet rash guards. It's incredible. And even my coaches, just taking time out of their day to support me and help me. And these are things that if I do it again, like Esther's part of that journey too. Like as much as I'm fighting and doing all this, she's going through the same type of just anxiety and work too, because to take care of me, to make sure, I'm going to show up fight day the best I can be. Yeah. So it's, I want to do it 2 more times. We'll see though. We'll see.
Who's your corner?
Actually my corner, this is kind of unique too. Actually, I'm not using the Wimp the Warrior coaches. I'm using my coaches that I originally started training mixed martial arts with. So my garage is right here. And in my garage, I converted it into a dojo. And just right before I came out here, my coach came over with one of my training partners, and we were just working on takedowns on the wall. So he will be cornering me along with one of my training partners.
I thought maybe like Greg would come in. I mean, you could have an all-star. You could have Patrick Cummins, Angela Hill.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Next fight. I mean, but like I said, I owe so much to my coach.
Of course.
He has to be in my corner. He's been there. He's been with me so long, and
And for those that don't know, this is an amateur fight. So what are you wearing, and what are the rules? Like, is it the same amount of rounds, same length, and you're wearing rash guard, right?
Yeah. They're gonna have us wear rash guards. We have thin shin pads. They're not like sparring shin pads. They're pretty thin, but we will be wearing. You've seen like amateur fights. They just have the shin pads and regular MMA gloves. But and it's gonna be. I thought it was gonna be 3 threes. Actually, it's 3 2-minute rounds. So 2-minute rounds are a freaking sprint.
Yeah.
So So it's that kind of the 2-minute. I wish it was a longer round actually, because I feel I'm more of a cardio as a weapon type fighter. So with 2 minutes, it's just like there's just no stalling. You just go, and that's what we've been training for the last like 3 weeks. It's just like 6 minutes of basically 6 minutes of hell. So that's 3 2-minute rounds.
What's your walkout song?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know. I don't see. That's the thing, because I've never done this before. I don't know. Do I want a happy song? Because I like everything, a happy song. Do I want like a real mean song? I think I'm going to go with like a like mean, a lot of yelly stuff. I think I'm going to go with something heavy, but I don't know. Like sometimes I want to walk out to like some like Robin or Carly Rae Jepsen too. I don't know, but but the walkout song, it's so funny too. Like I thought the walkout song would be like my walkout would be like kind of this big moment, but like it's almost an afterthought right now because I'm not worried about that. I just want to get in there and hear the bell. But like before this whole thing, and like I'm like, ooh, what's I was excited to think about walkout song, but now I'm just like, let's just play it. Let's go.
Yeah. Can we watch it?
Yeah.
Will it be streamed?
Yes, it will be streamed. I don't know the link yet. Apparently, they're still working out a broadcast deal. Like, I don't want to say the names. I might have been given information, but it will be streamed either on some platform. So I'll be sharing it. We're supposed to find out like tomorrow or Friday.
Okay. I mean, MMA Fighting YouTube would be a nice little platform.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Would be.
Or you can contact me and buy a ticket. Okay. And
there you go. We have your Instagram right over there so people can show up. I found a picture of us from 2011 in Pittsburgh. This is the only one of us on Getty. Do we have that picture here? This is us interviewing John Howard. I don't think you can see it because you could probably just see me, but the audience can see it. This is us in Pittsburgh, June of 2011, the infamous event where Nate Marquardt got pulled like a day before, if you recall. I was working for NBC Sports in addition to AOL. And like, I mean, you look very young. I look very young. John Howard looks the same, but it's just amazing. That was 11 years ago. Silly thing to say, but I am proud of you, my friend. This is an amazing thing.
Thank you, man.
I am looking forward to this more than I am, Paddy, Aspinall, Hooker, Molly, all that. It makes me even a little emotional just thinking like how far you've come from when I first met you. You didn't even really care for MMA. Now you're a freaking MMA fighter with his own Tapology and SureDog page, for freaking sakes. And you're going to do this more than once. And you're going to go out there and you're going to win via knockout in the first round. Connor has already made the pick on Tapology. We're all behind you. And on Monday, you come back on the show and you let everyone know that you made the walk. You made it happen. You got that W. You're now 1-0. The other dude is 0-1. And we're moving on to 2-0, baby. Good luck to you, my friend. Can't wait.
Awesome, man.
Godspeed. Thanks, Casey.
Thank you, Ariel.
Yes. Let it rip, baby. There he is, Casey Leydon, our longtime friend and videographer, going out there to make his dreams come true. Go to trainalta.com if you want to sign up for the program that he just went through. Wimp to Warrior is the name that it was once known as. It's now known as Alta, trainalta.com. Great people. Rich is one of the all-time best. DC has a program that he runs in association with them in Gilroy. Laura Sanko, I know, is involved. My good friend Zach Rosenfield is involved as well. It's a really amazing thing. Even if you don't want to become a fighter and make that walk like Casey, it's an amazing thing to help you get in the best shape of your life, mentally and physically. But I am so pumped for this, and I am very, very, very proud of Casey. Casey and Esther, I mean, we traveled the world together, literally from Abu Dhabi to Australia. Every single one of those videos that you've ever seen in that MMA fighting era from, 09 to 18 were all of them. It was him and Esther. That was it. There was no one else. No one else shot that. Think about that for a second. No one else shot those. We had no audio. We had no lighting. That's it. That was the dream team. And, dare I say, our coverage was better than anyone. It's funny. He always used to joke that he never watched MMA Hour. Now he's a guest on the MMA Hour. As a freaking fighter, it's just an amazing thing. Life is an amazing journey. And it's just so damn cool to be a part of these things, to watch these things, to see your friends go out there and try to conquer these dreams. These are bucket list type things, right? These are things that most people, normal people, mere mortals like you and I don't have the DNA to do what he just did, to go, 10 weeks and train 4 years and train, make that walk, fight another human. I don't possess that kind of courage. He clearly does, and that's pretty damn amazing. That's pretty damn cool. So Celtic Gladiator 31 in Commerce, California, this Saturday at the Commerce Casino. It's up there on the Tapology page. It's E. Casey Leydon against Fritz Frauendorf. I hope I'm not butchering the name on purpose, but I will say for the first time, I am biased. Okay? I am biased in this one. Can I be biased in this one? I am biased. I am rooting for Casey in this one. Let's go 1-0. I mean, honestly, if we're keeping it real, might have to, immortalize him for this. I mean, it's a pretty damn big deal right here. It's a pretty damn big deal. All right, so that's Saturday, of course. The vast majority of you didn't know about this. You know about the London card. It's a big deal. 3 years to the date of their last event. They return finally. The long national nightmare is over. The UFC is finally back, and one of the big fights on the card involves one of our favorites in the sport of MMA. Let's go, Meatball. Meatball Molly going up against Luana Carolina. She is kind enough after a very long media day to join us on the program. Let's say hello to the one and only Meatball Molly McCann. There she is. Let's go.
Yo!
Molly.
Hang on.
Yes.
Thanks,
wow, same one. How about that? That is amazing. I love it.
Hello?
How are you, Molly?
How are we, lads?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm fabulous, lads. I'm absolutely living my best life, to be honest with you, mate.
It looks like you're buzzing right now. It looks like you have a glow to you. You seem like you're on cloud 9.
I just feel at peace and content, and I finally got to that place again where I'm excited to fight and I don't fear the walk or the occasion. I'm home. London's not home, but we're in England, so it's very, very nice to be able to say that and not have to travel to America or to fight Ireland. Not that I don't like fighting in those places, but it makes the preparation a lot easier.
Is this the first time that you don't feel those nerves, that fear before a fight on the Wednesday before a fight?
I haven't. Don't get me wrong. Like the whole camp, I always battle with my feelings towards a fight, always. But after the last fight, when I was with Patrick, it just felt like we was back at home, and then this time feels the same, but less. I just feel like I've arrived. I'm meant to be here, and it doesn't feel as scary anymore. It feels I'm supposed to be here. I feel like I'm a part of the furniture now, Ariel.
I love it. You have a different kind of confidence to you, right? Like that. I guess what you are explaining is confidence. Like you feel like you belong. You don't doubt yourself. You don't doubt your place, and that comes, I guess, with time.
Yeah, I've had to explain this quite a few times today, but
I'm sorry.
You're right, it probably comes with it. No, I just, as in, if the reader or the viewers have heard me say it today, is this is my 8th fight in the UFC, and sometimes you just have to like remember who you are in everyday life also, do you know what I mean? Sometimes you might get that little bit of imposter syndrome, and I think it's important I just have to sit back and look at all the training sessions I've done, how hard I've worked, and then think, why do I worry about getting in there? Because I'm just going to do what I'm the best at. So the hard work's been done, and I'm just enjoying every single bit of fight week. Like, Ariel, I've literally got about 3 pounds left to cut.
Wow.
I'm eating, maybe because there's no weight pressure, or maybe because family's here for the first time in 3 years. I don't know. I'm just at home. I've shared the cards with 9 of the fighters on this fight card before, from Cage Warriors all the way up to the UFC, and it's what a privilege. How lucky am I to be able to be doing this with the people who I've kind of grew up fighting around, from amateur to professional.
And not only that, I do believe you'll be able to correct me if I'm wrong. First British woman to fight on the main card of one of these UK cards in the history of the UFC. Is that correct?
Not even British, just first female.
First female? Really?
On a London card, yeah.
Wow. That's a big freaking deal, Molly.
Well, that's what they say, yeah. But to me, it's an honour. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to not think about that, really. I'm fighting in the UFC, and I'm fighting for my place to get closer to Shevchenko, and whether I'm first on or I'm last on, I'm still doing what I love.
Wow. Well, I mean, that is a huge distinction, a huge honor. You deserve it. Can I ask you, Molly, like, it feels to me, and I don't know if you view it this way as well, it feels significant, symbolic in a way, because, everything stopped 2 years ago, right before this event. And so the fact, like, I don't know, it's like almost like the clouds are opening up just by virtue of the fact that this event is happening. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, there's a mad feeling of alignment within the universe, and some people might shake their heads and go, what? But 3 years ago today, literally probably in about 2 hours' time, I won my first fight within the UFC.
Wow.
In UFC London with the big I.
Yep.
And I remember them videos I was sending to you and those conversations that we got to have. And I just think of the journey that I've been on since that moment. And it's the O2, it's London, it's full. We're finally getting the Patrick Pimblett walkout that the UK, that fans have been waiting for all these years. I'm here. We're all here. It's just, I just can't believe it. I'm not being overzealous, Ariel. I'm not being arrogant. I'm not being cocky. I'm not even being overconfident. I'm just here enjoying my time, knowing how hard I've worked for this moment and how much I'm just going to enjoy this moment. I've never had such clarity before. And I think it comes down to the experience, the time saved within the octagon, and being at peace with myself a little bit, and at peace with the fact of I'm very comfortable with fight IQ and fight awareness and what I know I can bring when I have 18,000 people screaming meatball.
What do you remember most from that first win 3 years ago today? Is there something that sticks out when you immediately start thinking about it? Yeah.
And the famous picture where I was flipping the bird. I'll just never forget 29, 28, meatball Molly, and Dan Hardy coming in and saying, well, it's a little known fact for you kind of thing, first English woman to win inside the octagon. And I just remember saying, how about that? And the many vodkas that I washed down the pain of the broken orbital with. That's what I remember, lying in bed, Ariel, like literally it was on this floor, one of the rooms, and I couldn't move because I just remember thinking, I don't even care if I lose the eye, I've done it. Wow. No one can ever get this, what I've just won. And a lot of elation, and I can't believe how different, like how settled I am now to how I literally felt on that night. You know, like that whole time I was just like this, and I don't know, I feel like I've graduated and I'm at the school of UFC, and I'm one of the honor roll.
Same hotel?
Same hotel.
Wow, that is wild. I heard you say, or I should say, I read you say to someone, one of the local papers, that for the first time, perhaps, like you don't have to worry about finances. You're comfortable financially as well. Is that accurate? And does that take a load off?
Yeah, I mean, this time 3 years ago, I was fighting for 10 and 10, and when you pay tax and pay everyone out, it's not a lot there. So you still have to worry about sponsorship and things. And Ariel, I'm not balling at all by any means, but like I'm settled in the fact that the bonus from the last fight will carry me through this year to this fight. So I don't have to worry about, what happens if I lose and then I haven't got that money. And these are kind of things maybe fans would never think, because you see us on the TV and you see us very active and about, and we're everywhere, and you think they must be rolling in it or caked in it, and you know that's not the truth, and that's why you try and do a really good job for us to always tell our story and share our story. So the UFC were very complimentary with the contract I was given, and I know if I get a few more finishes, or if I finally get this first finish in the UFC this weekend, I can imagine the next contract will be a nice, lucrative one. And I'm just really happy. The company treats me very well and respects me and gives me a really good platform to be me.
I feel like they always put you in there with these like tough Brazilians who aren't exactly household names. What is up with that? Why do they keep doing this to you? I know your last fight wasn't against a Brazilian, but I just feel like you have fought this type of fighter several times already.
Yeah, well, this is Brazilian number 8.
Oh,
and and say this is my 16th professional bout on Saturday. This is number 8 of Brazilian, and I love Brazil. I love the Brazilians. I love the heart, the spirit, the character, the intensity that they bring when they fight, and it somewhat echoes my own, and we have a good fight, and that's ultimately what they want to see. 2 women or 2 fighters just leaving everything we have in the cage, and I like to be matched. I want someone who's going to push me and make me dig more than what I thought that I could go. So when I think about like how would I like to be remembered, it would be that she gave everything that she could, and then she still found more. And I feel as if when I fight a Brazilian, they're like Scousers, they're like Irish, they're like Mexicans. Like, there's just an inner warrior spirit there that's very hard to break, and a very honest kind of style of fighting, and I very much like them.
Earlier this week, my friends over at BT Sport premiered a documentary on you. They've been following you, I believe, for 4 years, and it's very personal. It tells your journey as not only a fighter, but as a human being as well. Obviously, you're an inspiration to so many. You are a proud lesbian. You are a role model. A lot of people look up to you, and you give them courage. Could you have ever imagined maybe, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, being that open with who you are, with, you know, in a documentary, on a broadcast like that? Like, is that unfathomable to, you know, Molly of 6 years ago, to put your whole life out there like this?
Yeah, I think I always imagined, Ariel, when I was a little girl walking around the docks in Liverpool, I always used to say to my granddad, when I'm big and famous, Granddad, I'm going to live on them docks, and I'm going to be a world champion, and I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And all these things always come to fruition. And I always thought I'd have like an autobiography or a film, a documentary made on me. I always did, because I knew where I'd come from. Did I think that being true to myself and my sexuality would be a part of it and play a massive part? Probably not. Was it something I was very not worried, because the trolling and the homophobia stuff doesn't faze me, because you're only saying what I am, so that doesn't really hurt me now that I'm okay with who I am. But it was a bit of it did blow my mind, and I haven't watched it. There's a premiere tomorrow in the BT Tower, and I'm going to sit down with a couple of hundred guests and watch it with my mum, and I'm really taking it in. And I think that's when it's probably going to hit me a little bit more. Pardon me, the magnitude of my life and the things that I've been through, and see how that can inspire people and push things forward, and push people forward, and maybe help people come out and stuff. But I never want it to always be Molly talking about LGBTQ plus stuff, because it's always, I feel like the media will always push that narrative, because probably people don't speak enough. And I don't want people to switch off and go, oh, she's talking about that again. But if you watch this documentary, you'll just understand why it was very, very hard. In the documentary, I think I go on to say, like, when I was a child and growing up, gay, lesbian, like derogatory words to call it a gay woman was always used in a really negative way. So I would never even want to associate with that, because I would just be annihilated and ridiculed. And you ran away from that due to the culture, religion, where you were born, and an older society, and an older mindset. And we're in a position, and I really think it went back to the Black Lives Matter movement, when people started standing up and started questioning and started educating. And I thought, well, maybe I can help with that, or maybe I can start doing that. And I just had to be a bit more vocal about it myself. And you will see, like, I do break down, because I say in it, like, do you think it's comfortable for me to walk around the street holding my girlfriend's hand sometimes, when you'll get people say homophobic slurs or remarks, or look at you sometimes? And sometimes I forget. Like, sometimes I'm so lost in it, and I come from an acceptance city where it's fine most of the time, and then you can go away to a different country or culture, and you have to remember that's not always the done thing, and that's not accepted in them religions. And then it makes you feel I don't want to swear, it makes you feel a bit unworthy and a bit bad. And we're in an age where that shouldn't be the case. Do you know what I mean? Like, without trying to get too deep and for people to switch off and be like, oh, shut up. But
No, I love this.
That's just how people are made to feel, Ariel. And, like, I'm not going to sit here and cry and all of that kind of thing about it. You learn to get on with it. Like, when you are a minority, You just learn to get on with it, and you learn to humour people when they are offensive to you, because sometimes you don't want to make them feel bad for being offensive. And then sometimes I just call someone out in it and I go, well, you can't really say that, mate, because that's not acceptable. But in all honesty, it's not that bad anymore. Like, people are very accepting, and the whole documentary and the coming out thing is because MMA was my safe space to do that. So I don't want the people watching in the MMA community thinking, well, we're not like that. No, predominantly not, like, you're really not. So I just want to thank everyone for who has been forthcoming and sending the really nice messages. And maybe a fight week when I'd feel really bad would be a lot worse, but maybe a fight week when people are giving me so much positivity and so much love, it's like, it's massive, Ariel, because there's people like yourself who you'll know, like, I'm a good human and I'm a good person, but you don't do it for gratification and all that kind of thing. You're just that way because you are that way. But when people see it, when you're not trying to be that, and they tell you, it's like, oh, you're enforcing I am actually a decent person and I am doing something nice. So because the media and people can just change things these days, so it's a tough one sometimes, you know.
Are you nervous to watch it tomorrow with your mother?
Shout out Pepsi Ma.
Yeah.
No, my mum watched it yesterday. I was more nervous for my mum, Ariel, because my mum broke her anonymity to speak about her struggles and her demons, which people in recovery who follow the 12-step program wouldn't normally do. You know, but she's doing this for a bigger picture, for to help other people and to help me tell my story. And when I win and I react the way I do, you'll know why, because you'll watch this and you go, she has come from this, and this is why this means so much to her. And a few people have said, will you watch it on fight week? Because that's when it's out. And I just said, absolutely, because that's what's going to give me even more energy to go in there and to defy the odds. So I was never supposed to be here. I was never supposed to be doing this. It's just, I've worked hard to where we are, you know.
I saw a lovely video of you. We all saw a lovely video of you a couple months ago, prior to Katie Taylor's last fight, where you were, I guess, given her jacket, her tracksuit of the team, and you were openly weeping. And now I know you guys are like long lost cousins. You're related, but I mean, to have that kind of emotion after receiving a gift. Why were you so emotional after receiving that gift?
Because I was in a gym in 2006, in a boxing gym, and my coach, Kevin Smith, is the now Australian national coach, the amateur team. He'd been to a camp and Ireland was there, and he had recorded on a camcorder Pete Taylor and Katie Taylor, so she must have been about 19 or 20. And he came back and he showed me this video and he was like, this is the way I want you to box. This is who I want you to be like. And from that moment, I kind of idolised them. And she's broken down so many barriers for women, and she's changed combat sport forever for women. And she's such an inspiration to me, and her integrity and her just her God-given, what's the word? Talent and her work ethic is just something I'd strive to be like. And I met her a couple of months prior to that, and I explained to her about the family tree and how we were related and stuff, and her mum was there and she couldn't believe it. And then when I got to see her fight in my hometown, I'd seen her fight once before in Manchester, and then but to get to see her come to Liverpool, and I didn't message her mum, but I was there at the weigh-ins and I was screaming, so I was the loudest one in the room, and she stood on the scales, and her mum just ran over to me and gave me a hug, and she was like, look, I'm sorry, this is all we've got, and it might smell because she's been sweating in it, but this is for you. And I just I actually went on the ale that night, Ariel. I was in the Irish pubs drinking Guinness, and I had this jacket on, and I was running around town like that. And I don't know, it was like, they say never meet your heroes or your idols because they'll disappoint, but she really never. And it just blew me away. And I'm just dead emotional anyway, aren't I? So I don't know. It's just who I am.
Are you coming over to New York for her fight next month?
I am.
You are?
I am, because Liam Beefy Smith is fighting, and his boxing coach, Joe McNally, one of them, and Declan O'Rourke, they're my boxing coaches, and I've actually got Joe McNally in my corner for this fight in the O2. So yeah,
wow,
it's a family affair. Yeah,
you'll have to visit us since we're in New York. Visit.
Oh well, lads, get me on.
Come on,
I have to make sure.
Please, you didn't tell me.
Then.
I mean, had I not asked, you would have never told me. It was almost like you were doing it behind my back, Molly.
Well, it would
have offended.
No way. It would have been on the Instagram, but I thought you was in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. We're in the heart of New York City. We're like 10 minutes from Madison Square Garden.
Shut up.
Yes.
Are you, lads?
Yes.
Sounds right. Make sure that you've got me an Everton mug.
Yes.
And I'll have a Fanta orange, and I am there.
I would love it. That would be tremendous. Can I ask you, how do you feel about Frankie Lamps? Are we happy with him? Do you like him as the head man of Everton now?
I do like him. I was at the media day, and obviously they was like, "What have you got to say to the Everton players?" I was like, "Well," and with what he's got, he said openly, like, "I didn't have a magic wand. I am like, just can't pull out magic spells out of my pockets. With what he's got, he's doing well, but it's the honeymoon period is officially gone, and the players need to step up to it." And I kind of said before, when I stand in that octagon and I represent my city, I show how much heart I would have if I wore that badge. And like, Ariel, the badge says nil satis nisi optimum, and it means nothing but the best is good enough. Like, every time you play, you must give that. And we've had games, even with Frank Lampard, when we've been beat and we've clapped the players off the pitch because they've played well. But what we will never accept as a club and as fans is if you're not playing for the shirt and you're not ready to die for the shirt or put that extra yard in, then
get out of here.
Do one. I didn't want to swear, but I did nearly swear.
No, it's okay. Go to some loser club like Liverpool. Okay, go to some sad sack club like Chelsea. I mean, we don't want you.
Go to Man United.
Go to Man United. Those bums. Okay, we want nothing to do with you. Okay.
Yeah, you gang of bums.
That's right. Molly, you said earlier that you're one of the good people in the game. You're one of my favorite people that I've ever met covering this sport. And I am just so delighted.
Shut up, lad.
It's true. I genuinely have great admiration for you. And I'm just so excited that you're getting this opportunity at the O2, finally getting a chance to fight back home on this platform, on the main card. You're not buried second fight from the bottom. No, you're where you deserve to be, on the main card. Big fight for you. You looked fantastic in your last fight. You got the bonus. And now, we're moving up to bigger things on Saturday.
Snowballing, mate.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're snowballing, and I've been given an opportunity, and that's all we can ask for. So if I didn't take the opportunity, it's my own fault. But you best believe it. I'm going to need a sledgehammer to the face to stop me, and I'm still going to keep coming.
I love it. I wish you the best, Molly. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Good luck to you. Last few days, weight cut, all that. Sounds like you've got it all under control. And
what weight cut?
Let's go.
What weight cut? Thanks for your time, and thanks for all the fans who are sending in so much love. Catches on the flip side.
Good luck to you, Molly.
I'll speak to you on Monday or next Wednesday, lads. Yeah?
Deal. Monday. We're talking Monday, all right? Good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you, sweet.
All right. There she is.
Lad.
Molly McCann, the great Molly McCann, my fellow Everton fan, my fellow Evertonian. She is the reason. For everyone who always asks me, it is funny, by the way, that I have a Bam Bam lunchbox. I'll tell you why in a second. But she is the reason, by the way, that we here support Everton. Do we have any other Everton stuff? No. I do at home. She is the reason. She got me on the train. Other people tried to buy our allegiance. Other people tried to buy our affection. It cannot be bought. We are not for sale. Okay, it's the white and blue. It's the toffees till we die. And yes, it hasn't been a banner season, but we shall bounce back because that's what Toffees do. So I'm looking forward to that. What a great card it is going to be. What a great Saturday afternoon it's going to be. And it's going to be, 1 o'clock? I think 1 o'clock start here on the East Coast. So that's wonderful, right? A little Saturday afternoon at the O2. Let's go. Meatball Molly, Luana Carolina, one of the big fights this Saturday, of course, headline by Tom Aspinall against Alexander Volkov. That fight is going to happen. Now, next weekend, the UFC goes back to Ohio. It's been a while since they've been to Ohio. Their first fight night out of Las Vegas in front of fans in America since February of 2020. Finally, we're taking the show on the road. This weekend, it's London. Next weekend, it's Columbus, Ohio. And one of the greatest fighters to ever come out of Ohio is being featured on the card. He is one of the OGs of the game, veteran of the game, but still going strong, coming off a great win in his last fight. He's the immortal Matt Brown. He's kind enough to join us right now. He goes up against Bryan Barberena on Saturday, March 26th, and he's our next guest. Matt, how are you, my friend?
Very good.
It's good to...
Finally, it's right.
Yeah,
right. Finally.
To which part? Ohio?
Ohio, fans, fight nights out of Vegas.
Yes.
Fans, man. Mainly fans, man. I'm just so stoked to get some fans finally, man.
Yeah, how do you feel about those Apex events?
You know what? I actually, I actually kind of liked it.
Why?
I didn't think I would like it. It kind of brought me back to like the Ultimate Fighter days. So it was just kind of felt like a little throwback for that. But, it's just very personal. I like the smaller cage. I'd say that was probably the biggest thing. I like a small cage, man.
Why is that?
I want them to stand right in front of me and,
right.
Wing shots and let's see who gets knocked out.
Like a phone booth, right? Just stand in there.
Yeah.
In the pocket.
Yeah. Closer to a phone booth, the better.
Do you feel like while you like all those elements, missing those fans, not having that energy as someone who's so used to fighting in front of fans, was it tough to get going? Was it a little weird?
Absolutely, man. The first time I fought without fans in Jacksonville was very creepy, man. It was really weird. I feel like it threw me off a little bit, which was my fault, It was, no excuses, but I did feel like it threw me off. Abu Dhabi was very strange, but I felt like I finally kind of got used to it, got to the Apex. Felt like I did well, but man, I want the fans back. I'm stoked, bro. Especially, how much better could it be? It's in my hometown, fans back. I've got a great opponent in front of me, so this is going to be awesome, man.
Now you live in Columbus now?
Yeah.
Wow. How far are you? How far are you from the arena?
10 minutes.
Wow, that is amazing. So fight week, will you stay at the hotel or will you stay at home?
I've been torn about that. I haven't really made up my mind yet. I'm going to kind of play it by ear. When I fought locally before, I fought in Columbus twice so far. Both times I stayed at the hotel and just treated it like an away game, basically. I might do different this time. I don't know. I'm just going to play it by ear. I'm not going to overthink it, really.
Off the top of my head, was your last time fighting in Ohio the Cincinnati event against Eric Silva?
Yeah.
Wow. That was, what a tremendous finish that was. And that was a huge fight for you, main event. What do you remember from that? Did that feel like a home game for you, even though it wasn't Columbus?
That was totally a home game for me. There was, that was Cincinnati's hour and a half away. I have a lot of connections down there. I have a lot of family down there. So that was totally a home game for me. And I just remember it being awesome, man. I just remember being excited and everything was great. And then before that, I fought in Columbus here, Rampage Jardine.
Yeah,
was
UFC
the main
96.
Event. Yes, you remember. I fought Pete Sell.
Oh, man.
So this isn't nothing new to me. We're just going to do it again, man. And so far I've had great fights in Columbus and performed really well. So I plan on another one.
That Eric Silva finish, is that one of your favorites or maybe the favorite?
They're all favorites, man. I don't know.
You don't have
that was
number
probably
one?
this is definitely one of my favorite fights.
Amazing.
The entire experience, like just the fight itself was obviously a pretty good fight, coming back from some adversity. I mean, at the time, Eric Silva was just a killer. He was on a run and probably juiced out of his mind and just smashing through everybody and, just looking great. And that, had a lot of hype behind him, and I just put a stop to it. My kids got to come in the octagon with me after. I had more family at that fight than I had my family reunions. So just the whole experience, man, was just awesome.
Why do you think he was juiced out of his mind?
Well, maybe he wasn't, but we can only assume, right? Yeah. We can look at some pretty obvious details, and I think there was a lot of people juiced out of their mind at that time. Don't you think?
Yes, absolutely. Do you feel like there have been a lot of times in your career, like at the weigh-ins or leading up to a fight, and you're like, oh, I'm about to fight a guy who's juiced out of his mind. This should be fun. For sure.
I think the most telling was when I fought Johnny Hendricks, and I think post me fighting him, we were the last fight card before USADA came in.
Oh yeah.
And that post fighting me, his career went. It was just such a disparity, man. So that was the one I think was the most clear. Eric Silva's like, he probably was, maybe not, I don't know. But Johnny was like clear as day, man.
That pissed you off?
Ripped. Yeah, I don't like it, but at the time of that, that was something that you had to deal with. It wasn't. I think it was pretty well known. There was a lot of guys doing it. Yeah, so it pissed me off, but I also knew what I was getting into. So, I could have turned down the fight, but I didn't.
If someone would have told you back in 05, 06, when you started your career, that as a 41-year-old, you'd still be doing this, you'd still be one of the, more popular fighters, you're coming off wins, you're being featured on these cards, would you have believed them? Like, did you think it would last this long?
It's a good question. I don't know, man. When I started this, I told myself, I'm doing this for life. I married the sport. Whatever happens, happens, man. If it's going to be in the UFC, it's going to be in the UFC. If it's going to be, fighting guys in bars and clubs or whatever, that's what it's going to be, man. This is what I love doing, and I'm a martial artist for life. And I'm just blessed that, for one, I'm blessed that I've been able to have some longevity in the UFC, but I've also worked my ass off and done a lot of things to keep myself where I'm at.
And so, you've had many different sort of chapters in your career. We were just talking about like a great chapter that you had a few years ago. What was the time where you were kind of the happiest in your career, where it just felt like everything was coming together? You were just enjoying things not to say that you're not now. Yeah.
I'm a happy guy, man. I know everybody's like, he doesn't smile and shit. I'm a focused guy, but I'm a happy guy, man.
You're the period of your career that you think back with the most, fondness.
No, right now, man.
Right now, you're living in the moment.
Yeah. It's all great, man. I've loved every second of this ride, and I still got a long time to go, man. So, and I think right now my skills are better than they've ever been. I think that I got. I can't wait till next week, man. I'm gonna show some things that people are not expecting me to be able to do, especially at this age. I'm gonna look like a 25-year-old in there.
Wow.
I'm gonna show some things. I'm gonna blow some people's minds away, and I'm gonna start looking to get back to that top 15, and I think people are going to start taking notice again. And and I'm not going to be this old forgotten man that a lot of people might be kind of looking at me as.
Did you feel like that was starting to become a thing, that people were starting to forget about you?
Well, maybe they are, maybe they're not, but. I hear most of the interviews I get these days are like, dude, you thinking about retiring? Right? Yeah. You haven't asked the question yet.
No,
you probably had it on your list somewhere.
No. I'm not going to ask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Unless you want to talk about that, but it sounds like you don't.
No, I don't care. I'm open book about everything, but the fact is, that's what I hear a lot, and I get it from, family and friends, they're like, dude, we don't want you to have CTE or, all these different things, but I feel better than I ever have, man. And I think my skills are better than they've ever been. And again, I think I'm going to show a new level out there.
Is there something that you're doing differently now to feel this way? Have you changed anything, whether it's training, diet, mindset?
Yeah.
What is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm putting together all the knowledge, for one, that I've had over the years. And it's actually, I'm actually using it, not just kind of going out there and banging away. And for two, I'm actually resting. I've never rested. I never took time off, man. I've always been the guy that's back in the gym on Monday after the fight. I'm the guy that's in there doing, 2-3 hour sessions, until I can't walk out of there. And I got people around me now. They're like, look, man, you just need to rest, man. You take a break. And then when I do take those rests and I take those breaks and I come back, I'm like, damn, it feels pretty good, man. So I think that's going to make a big difference.
To that point, I found a quote that you said to UFC.com last year that I thought was really interesting. And you don't hear a lot of people speak like this. This is the quote. I think a general thing that I try to tell every fighter, because you see it so rarely, is to treat it like a business. Have a business model, have a business plan, have a strategy in terms of how you approach not only the fights, the training, all that stuff and more. To compare it to a business model, a business plan, what do you mean by that? Like, are you actually putting together documents and things like that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I do. On all my opponents, I do a SWOT analysis,
Wow.
which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I write out an entire, like each training camp, I write out a business plan, so to speak, but it's like a training plan. I sit down with my coaches and we go over all these different things. When I say treat it like a business, most people take that as, the branding part and the outside of the fight. I mean, the actual fight itself, I look at it like a business and I make it structured and make it very, if you can't write it down, then you can't do it, and I'm very big on, like, if I can't measure it, then I can't progress it. So those two things are probably the number one thing that I talk about or what I mean when I say that. So what I want to do is have everything as objective as possible. And this is very difficult in this sport. And there's not a lot of objectivity in the training, and there's not a lot of objectivity in the mindset. But so I have an entire mindset formula program. Day one, we do this, day two, we do this, et cetera, et cetera. I have the same with the physical training. I have the same with the strategy. And that's how I look at it. And nothing ever goes according to plan. It's the same as a real business. Nothing goes actual to plan, right? You have to be dynamic. And that's where the art comes into it. But if we can take as much of that out of it as possible and make it objective as possible, I think we can measure, progress, adapt, measure, progress, and keep this circle going and keep improving.
The SWOT analysis, the mindset, all that. Are you the one writing that on your own?
Yeah, I end up having to do it on my own usually. It's not a lot of people. I can tell you right now, there's not a lot of people on board with this system that I built and created. Like, it's hard to get coaches on board.
Why?
It's hard to, people just aren't built that way, especially fighters. They're just not built to be structured. They're not built to be, the nature of a fighter is to, just go train hard and kind of play it by ear, so, I do have some coaches, that are like that, and I have some people around me that are like that, but it's difficult to get them on board. And I just take the prerogative myself, or I do initiative myself and say, look, I'm going to fucking do it. If you guys, it's up to you. You can, join on board or not, but I want to have my mind very clear going into a fight. And so I'm going to do it myself.
Who got you into that? Because I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, you weren't like this 10 years ago.
Definitely not. But I got myself into it.
Did you see someone did you think of this on your own, or
I've never seen anyone do it this way.
Wow. So no one inspired this. Okay. So when did it start? How did it start?
Yeah. Okay. So it actually started. Rich Franklin told me that originally. He told me treat it like a business, and that's how I took it. Was this sort of systematic approach to training and strategy. what he actually meant was, the branding and all that kind of stuff and promoting yourself. But that's just how I took it.
Wow. So how long ago was that?
Over time. I mean, it's certainly, it's a developed thing. It wasn't, one day I just started changing everything, but it's just been over time, over the past 10 years or so. Back in the day, especially when I first started, one of the things that I really focused on a lot was my strength and conditioning and cardio, because the way that I seen it was I could go to the gym and learn all these skills. And that's just a matter of neural development over time, right? That's just going to take years and years of practice. I have to drill this over and over. Everything is a action reaction, so you have to get those actions, 10,000 hours, right? The strength and conditioning, the cardio, all of that stuff, like they tell you, like they have books on it, right? Like you can literally just go read it and pick it up. So when kind of coming from that world, the strength and conditioning mindset, like that's sort of where I kind of developed it from, right? Because that's if you look at like power lifters or strength athletes, endurance runners, anybody, it's very objective, right? So they take everything and it's very, if you look at like Lance Armstrong's training, like everything's extremely objective. They measure the heart rate, they measure the blood volume, all these, oxygen, all these different things. So I just try to take as much of that as possible and put it into my own training, because that was something that I could control, knowing that the knowledge is right there if you just go get it. Since then, I've had multiple great coaches, where the books can't teach you things. You can only learn so much from a book. You have to actually learn in person or through someone with the experience. So I guess that's kind of the story behind that.
I know you don't, you're not referring to actual business when you're talking about treating it like a business plan, but I do get bummed, especially now, covering the sport for so long, when you see these guys who are coming up and then they retire and they're left with nothing. You have put a lot of time into the sport, and the way you are treating your training would lead me to believe that you're not going to be one of these guys, that you've been thinking about whenever this journey ends, you'll be okay.
Sure.
Is that accurate?
I hope so. Yeah. I mean, I have put a lot of work into my post-fight career because I know that this could end any day. I mean, I have injuries all the time. I have stuff that I have to deal with all the time. So, I do have my gym that obviously is a business. So, you have to do that like a business. I have my coffee company, theimmortalcoffee.com, a little plug there.
Yeah.
And, I have some ambitions to do other things too, like train other fighters. I have a lot of guys coming up in my gym with a lot of talent. I mean, I have a lot of talents, man. I mean, I could do really whatever I want. I'm a smart enough guy. I think I could do whatever I want.
The coffee company fascinates me. So what's the story behind that? Why should people buy you said theimmortalcoffee.com is where they can go?
Yeah. Well, so I was sponsored by a coffee company for a while, and this guy, named Connor, who's my business partner, he was sending me this coffee, and I just kept thinking, man, this is the best freaking coffee I ever had in my life. It's just great coffee. So just kind of became friends with him over time, and he was having some trademark issues with his company, with the name and everything. So he wanted a new name, and we kind of became friends. So he said, hey, that the Immortal Coffee has a good ring to it. Maybe we could use that name. So we just partnered up, and now we're pumping out loads of the best coffee you ever had in your life.
Wow. From where?
I gotta send you some, Errol.
Yeah.
I gotta send you some, Errol.
I appreciate it. I love coffee. I'm a big coffee fan, especially with the 3 little kids, as you well know.
Yeah.
Where's the coffee from?
Well, we get it from different sources. We check all the sources. Connor does that part of the business, but he's very big on, going through co-ops and, knowing exactly where it's sourced from and everything. But the difference between our coffee is it's I'm trying to remember the name of it, but they grade the coffee, right? And there's, I believe 3 different grades, and there's like, ours has to be, every coffee that we get, every bean we get has to be over 90, I believe. And I believe that's premium, right? So there's, there's like good coffee, and there's like medium, and then there's, your Folgers or whatever kind of garbage.
Yeah.
And all of ours is the top grade.
Wow. Okay. Is the dream maybe a coffee shop? Do you want to open up a coffee shop?
We've looked into it.
I would love to.
Yeah. I mean, every business is such a grind, man.
Yeah.
You gotta pick your battles with that.
I also learned, we're learning that Matt the Immortal Brown, who maybe at first glance you're like, okay, he's just a tough fighter, has many layers to him, right? I mean, we were learning about the business, the approach, the life after fighting the coffee. I also learned, correct me if I'm wrong, you are a softie, you're a romantic, a self-proclaimed romantic, right? Which is not something that I would think of you, Matt Brown, romantic, immortal. It doesn't really, you are a romantic. When you say you're a romantic, what does that mean?
Fuck, man, you have to ask my girl, bro. That's private. Man.
That's private. Okay.
No, man. I think it's from Valentine's Day, right?
Sure, you wrote. Yeah, you wrote that. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to wow the girl, man. I got the best girl you could ever imagine. I can't even believe that I have her, man. She's Canadian, by the way.
Really?
And
from which part of Canada?
Toronto.
Okay. How did you meet?
We met online.
Nice.
And just fucking fire it off, man, and haven't looked back since. And now we're engaged. So
congrats.
Everything has worked out great. Thank you. I got the best girl you could ever imagine. And I would never have been a romantic dude ever in my life. But when you meet that one, it's easy to do.
It opens up that whole other part of you.
Yeah, man. Turned me into a softie. Nice. And I got a daughter too, so she turned me into a softie.
That's right. So now you're like big on Valentine's Day, the immortal side kind of goes away and the softie side comes out. You're okay with this? You're comfortable with this?
Yeah, man. I'm comfortable with myself.
Yeah.
I think
you say that in a very intimidating way, by the way. I just want to let you know.
I mean, look, a strong woman, the right woman can make a man better.
Amen.
That's what I got.
Amen.
So I want to please her, and I do what I can to make her happy. If that means I gotta be a little romantic, I gotta be a little romantic. I gotta suck it up. It's not natural for me. I can't lie. It's not natural.
It seems natural,
but I can do it.
I believe it. Yeah. Has this relationship added years to your career? Because if you're happy, if you're content, right, with that part of your life, I would imagine it helps go to the gym, to fight, you're clear-headed. Do you feel like this has added some time to your fighting career?
Well, she's added some time to my life. She makes my life much better. So that's all you can ask for, man.
Right. Amen. Also, we've been talking a lot on this program about Bitcoin lately, cryptocurrency. I know nothing about this, but we've had some experts come on, namely Ben Askren, Kenny Florian has come on, all trying to explain me about the powers of cryptocurrency, and it's become a hot topic in the world of MMA with this Marshall Rogan thing. Are you following this story, the Marshall Rogan Inu story?
A little bit. I've heard about it, but I haven't really followed it, to be honest.
Have they reached out to you? Because you talk about it a little bit. You mentioned it a few times on your social media. Have they reached out to you?
They don't need to reach out to me.
Oh,
but
why not?
I'm not interested. So
okay,
I'm a crypto guy.
Yeah,
very, very much so. I'm a Bitcoin guy first and foremost. I didn't know we were going to get into this.
Oh, is this controversial?
I don't know if I'd say controversial, but
okay.
Look, so my philosophy on Bitcoin is you got to read the book, The Bitcoin Standard.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. So I'm a very staunch libertarian, freedom loving, government hating son of a bitch.
Okay.
Bitcoin is our key to freedom, is my belief. Again, we don't need to get deep into the politics or anything, but
sure.
That's my reasoning behind Bitcoin. I'm not about all these garbage shit coins. There's something like 15, 20,000 coins out there now. They're all garbage. Bitcoin is the king. It's decentralized. It's our chance of freedom.
Okay, so these, I think Ben referred to it as a meme coin or a Dodge coin, that type of. You're not down with that?
No, I don't have any interest in it.
Even though they're supporting fighters, they're giving fighters a lot of money. They said up to $1 million they've paid out over the last month or so.
Yeah, that's great. I'm happy for that. I think there's probably a lot of ways to do that. The only thing I looked into, it looked to me like sort of a GoFundMe for fighters is what it sounded like to me. I'm not sure exactly what it is or why it's a crypto or people get into all this stuff about all these different coins and the tokenomics and, it's all garbage, man. I mean, I do think there's some great projects out there outside of Bitcoin. I think that there's a lot of utility in the blockchain. I think there's a lot of opportunities in the crypto world. But for me, I'm a believer in Bitcoin primarily, ideologically, more so than I'm not into it just to make a buck.
I get that.
And even though I hope I get rich with it, And the best way I think for everyone to understand, if anyone is interested in my point of view on this, the Bitcoin Standard is the best book to read to understand this point of view. And I hope that everybody can read that book, and I hope everybody gets on board. And this is our way of economic freedom in the world, in my opinion.
Two last things, and then I'll let you go. This has been a great chat. I appreciate it. Having a guy, a legend. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mark Coleman by your side. What is that like? That is a living legend. And, I say this a lot. People get tired of me talking about this on the show. MMA does a lot of good things. The sport of MMA, no one in particular, but the sport of MMA, I think, does a horrendous job of remembering and honoring the legends of the sport. The people like Mark Coleman, who without them, there is no UFC, there is no nothing. These guys who were fighting back in, Alabama when no one was watching need to be remembered. They need to be brought, I think, 30th anniversary next year. They need to bring out the best fighters, the top 30 fighters like the NBA does for their 75th. We need to start honoring these people before it's too late. Mark Coleman is one of those guys who would be at the front of the line, front of this, of the whole damn thing as a legend. What is it like having him, by your side as you're preparing for these fights?
I love it. Thank you for saying that, Aaron.
Yeah.
Let's promote all these guys, man. Those guys went through things that we can't even imagine. They did it for the love of the sport. There wasn't nothing in it for them. So I absolutely love it, man. Thank you. But having Mark around is unbelievable, man. And watching him get sober through the last year has just been an unbelievable experience. I've known Mark for a long time. You couldn't really be around him too much for the longest time. With the drinking and the abuse and stuff. At this point, he's just a new person. He's an amazing person and just brings a whole new level of energy to the training, brings a whole new level of motivation and inspiration. And it's just amazing having him around. And I hope that what you're promoting there goes through and these guys get the love they deserve.
Yes, we need a Hall of Fame, a proper MMA Hall of Fame where people are honored and inducted regardless of their promotional affiliations, no politics. We need to remember Pride. We need to remember Shudo and all the King of the Cage. Yeah. These legends need to be remembered properly. And I think, honestly, the sport does a poor job of that. As a proud Ohio guy, how do you feel about the Paul brothers?
I talked about this with a few guys the other day. How do I feel about them? So this is how I look at them. They're essentially what first I give them props, right? They're making money. Mm-hmm. So good for them. I'm not sure what they want to do. If they want to be particularly Logan or particularly Jake, I'm not sure if he wants to be a legit boxer and respected as a boxer, in which case he's going to have to fight some real boxers, which may not garner the same paydays that he's used to getting, right? Like he might have to fight some lower level boxers, without such big names, but maybe he'll still get the same payday. He's a big draw for sure. But the way I see it is they're just doing something different, right? They're doing an entertainment. It just happens to be boxing that they're using for the entertainment.
The stuff he says about fighter pay, do you see that stuff and do you feel like it's genuine?
I have no clue. I don't know what he's doing. I have no clue, man.
All right. But it is interesting, right? I mean, talking so much about, I just think putting a spotlight, genuine or not, the fact that we're talking about it more can only be a good thing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's one of those conversations I kind of just bow out of, to be honest, like, I'm not really in a situation to be, talking about that. I mean, I think, regardless of the situation you're in, everybody feels like they're underpaid. I think we're probably underpaid, but it is what it is. I live a good life. I'm happy with the lifestyle that I'm able to live. I've worked very hard for it, and I want to keep it going. I have a lot of opportunity to make a lot more money. But I'm not really, I don't feel like I'm in a situation to make a big difference or a big change. So I'll let others talk about it. So it's not really my wheelhouse right there.
I respect it. And was just curious because of the Ohio connection, but it's always great to pick your brain, especially for this extended period of time. Congrats on your longevity. Congrats on the recent win. Good luck next weekend. That's going to be quite the scene. When you're coming out there in front of your hometown crowd. So great to have the fans back for a fight night, not just a pay-per-view. I hope it becomes the norm once again, and we could get back to these, full arenas, because it just brings out a different kind of energy for the viewers, for the fans, for you guys, I would imagine as well. So much respect. It's a great matchup, you versus Bryan Barberena. Great matchup. I know it had to be postponed due to COVID. Glad that you're okay, all good, and that we get to see this fight. So appreciate it very much. Good luck to you next weekend, Matt.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, there he is. One of the OGs of the game, Matt the Immortal Brown, going up against Bryan Barberena. We have a Bam Bam lunchbox right over there. Didn't want to bring that up in the interview. Yeah, it's right over there. You could see it better probably on the other shot. Right. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Yes, that one. Boom. It's interesting talking about that Mark Coleman stuff with Matt Brown. 2 days ago, right after the show, we found out that Scott Hall passed away. Scott Hall has had some ups and downs. And you see this outpouring of love, this outpouring of support. And this is the way it is, right? Especially in this day and age that we're living in with social media and whatnot. Someone dies and all of a sudden they get their flowers. This goes back to the point that I keep banging the drum about. We need to give these people their flowers when they're alive. We need to show them this love. Now, Scott has got, he had his ups and downs, and it's just a tragic story and way too young, 63 years old. And there were moments where it felt like people were trying to galvanize him and, support him. But legends like Mark Coleman, who have had their fair share of issues as well, they need that love, that support, that admiration. They need to be paraded around town, feted. They need to feel that. That's fuel for these people. And guess what? It's not just fuel, it's deserved. They need that. They deserve that. They have put in the time. There is no sport that we're talking about. There's no London card. There's none of that without these guys. And why we don't celebrate them enough, show them love, use anniversaries as a reason to bring them out, to put them in the front row, to celebrate them. I'm not even getting into the whole fight or pay thing. I'm not even getting into the whole do they deserve a pension? None of that. I'm just saying, can we not show these people who put this sport on the map, who built this sport quite literally with their bare hands, can we not show them the proper love and respect? Why is that so hard? Why does this sport refuse to do that? Why is there not an MMA Hall of Fame? Why is there not a proper place where we can go and look at the history of the sport and remember these people who are, by most accounts, every day forgotten about? It's not right. I'd like to see that changed. Move along to our next guest. March 26th, we were just talking to someone who's fighting on March 26th. Big day in MMA. March 26th, 1X, the 10th anniversary show of One Championship. It's a massive, massive card. We had Chatri Sichotong, the founder of One Championship, on the show a few months ago to talk about some of the big fights on the card. But there's just, the names: Angela Lee, Adriana Moraes, Shinya Aoki versus Sexyama. That's very fun. John Wayne Parr. It's just a huge celebration of this promotion and making it 10 years. And in my opinion, the most interesting fight on the card is a special rules bout, a fantasy bout, a dream matchup, if you will. The legend Rodtang from the world of Muay Thai going up against the legend Demetrious Johnson from the world of mixed martial arts, the greatest flyweight of all time, fighting in this special rules bout. Muay Thai MMA. It's crazy stuff. It's going down in around 10 days. We're being joined right now by the one and only, our old friend, DJ Demetrious Johnson. It's always a special day when he stops by. Hello, DJ. How are you?
How are you, Errol? It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you. I like the beard. We're letting it grow?
Yeah, I'm letting it grow. The wife loves it, so if she loves it, I love it.
Yes.
It looks good, so we're going to keep it growing.
Okay, we have a lot to talk about. There's this big event coming up. But could I ask, how do you feel? Do you agree with me? I don't know how much you heard of what I just said. We do a pretty crappy job of not celebrating the legends of this sport. Agree or disagree?
No, I think you're spot on with that. I mean, when I look at like my upbringing of mixed martial arts, I'm thinking of guys like Crow Cop, Spencer Fisher, Jens Pulver, Andre Arlovski. He's still fighting. He's still active. So, he's still paving the way. But there's a lot of guys that a lot of people don't even know about. Mark Coleman was one of them that you mentioned. The list just goes on and on and on. And I was like, maybe Helwani should start that. Maybe you can start like some type of, mixed martial arts Hall of Fame, because, I believe you're one of the best reporters, analysts out there, and your knowledge is so deep with it. And you'll also not just include, you have the UFC Hall of Fame, which is only UFC athletes, but there's been so many more athletes in mixed martial arts that have paved the way. Fedor Emelianenko.
Yes.
And like I said, the list goes on and on and on. Kazuya Sakuraba. I mean, there's just so many.
So basically what you're trying to say is stop whining about it, put up or shut up. Helwani, go out there and do it. You're right. You're actually inspiring me right now. Why can't I do this? Why? I mean, I feel like this will be my legacy in the sport. I'll be the one to finally do this. There's a boxing Hall of Fame. Why isn't there an MMA Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never stopped to think about that question, to be honest with you. I have people who inspired me when I was young, looking at mixed martial arts, Rashad Evans. Mm-hmm. I think he's probably in the UFC Hall of Fame. I'm not sure. But there's a lot of athletes who inspired me in mixed martial arts. If those guys were never in this sport, I probably wouldn't be here right now talking to you.
Who was your favorite fighter growing up? Like your first favorite guy?
Andre Arlovski.
Really?
Nice hair, chest hair. He had a mouthpiece with the things. And his rhythm, when he moved, his rhythm was just so on point. Crow Cop. I didn't really care for the lightweight guys. I always loved the heavyweights. Crow Cop, Andre Arlovski. Those two are like my, I would come home from college and throw on, I think it was UFC 54. Mm-hmm. I think he was a fitness title against Ball Ponatello. Also, he fought the guy, his nickname was Cabbage.
Yeah, Cabbage Correa.
Yeah, Cabbage Correa. I watched a lot of Andre Arlovski growing up. Him and Crow Cop, those are the two ones that I would watch him. The Pride days when he fought Fedor Emelianenko, when it was 10-5-5. That was the championship round. It was 10-5-5. And I mean, those guys were fucking amazing, man.
Do you care to be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame?
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, I think what I've done in the UFC, 11 consecutive title defenses, I think the only people who are close to beating that is Valentina Shevchenko, where she continues to impress me every time she steps in the octagon. Kamaru Usman, Israel Adesanya. But, I think Kamaru Usman is at four title defenses.
4 or 5 off the top of my head.
4 or 5. And I think Izzy's at 3 or 4.
Well, he'll argue about this. He considers his interim title fight a title defense. Don't get into that argument with him because he will come.
No. It's not, brother. I'm king ding-a-ling of title defense. I'll let you know right now. Interim and all that stuff.
Oh, snap. Don't tell Izzy.
It doesn't count as a title defense. It does count as your interim champion. Okay. But I think those 3 will be the closest ones to set a new record. But when I look at it, it's like, it took me 6 years. And some of those years, Dominic Cruz mentioned is that, I remember I fought John Dotson in January. Then I got shoulder surgery, came back and fought in July and then fought in December. So I was 3 times in 1 year as a champion where I was just I was fucking running them, right? I didn't care. You know, the more I fought, the more money I made. And at the end of the day, it's about making money to provide for your family and go to retire one day. So I think those 3 athletes can do it, but it takes a long time, especially with injuries and finding the right opponent. And now it's about, you know, what fight's going to make me the most money. It's not about who's next in line. I'm going to fight you in 2 months, motherfucker. I'm going to get you. Oh, you want some too? I'm going to get you in 3 months. Mm-hmm. It's like we need to build this fight up so we can sell it, so we can make as much money as possible. So, and then obviously Shevchenko, I don't know if she wants to get pregnant or she wants to have children. So all that stuff plays in a factor in it as well. But I think those 3 athletes are the closest to beat that record.
I hate asking fighters if they're excited about fights because it's almost like not taking into account the emotions, the anxiety, the ups and downs of a training camp. But considering how unique this fight is, you're fighting a Muay Thai legend, special rules, it's one of a kind. Very rarely have we ever seen something like this. Would it be fair to say that you are excited for this fight on March 26th?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm excited for camp to be over with. It's been a long one. I mean, we were supposed to fight in December and then COVID and this fight got pushed back. So I think for me, I am excited to fight. I am excited to be done with training camp. I'm excited to just enjoy myself. You know what I mean? Like there's so much stress. I put so much stress on myself when I'm in training camp where the Demetrious Johnson that trains in the beginning of training camp is fucking slick, strong, I'm fluid. I'm firing all cylinders. And the Demetrious Johnson right now is sharp, conditioned, ready to fight, ready for the fight to be over with. So I'm just ready to get in their fight. Like that's just how I feel.
How did you train for this? Anything different?
Biggest thing is that we switch, you know, obviously rounds, so 3-minute rounds instead of 5-minute rounds.
So what is it? 4 3 minutes?
4 3 minutes. So it's 12-minute fight.
4 3 minutes. Isn't it weird that it's 4, not 5? What if there's a draw?
It's a motherfucking draw.
Well, that's kind of weird. Why would they choose 4, not 5? To make it even?
Well, because to keep it even, and Muay Thai rounds are 3 minutes and mixed martial arts rounds are 5 minutes. So I think the best, I mean, I just show up and I sign a contract and I don't do arguments. Seriously, like, I love it. Maki was like, dog, you should have did mixed martial arts the first time. I was like, Maki, fucking 35 years old. You think I'm going to go back and forth? Like, no, it mixed martial arts first. Yeah. Firstly, I ain't got time for all that. Like, they said this is what they want to do. I'm like, all right, sounds good. We'll make it happen. So first round's Muay Thai, third round's Muay Thai, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. MMA second and fourth, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. So 2-2.
Have you ever competed in a pro Muay Thai fight or even amateur?
One amateur Muay Thai fight.
When was that?
I think 2007, I think. 2007.
Did you win?
I did. I broke my rib in the process.
Damn. How'd you win?
It was unanimous decision.
Okay. And are you using MMA gloves?
Yes.
Oh, even for the Muay Thai? You're not switching in the middle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to the best of your knowledge, how will it be scored?
I have no idea. I don't care about that.
You're just going out there for a fight. F it.
I was going out there for a fight, guys. Like, I'm going out there for a fight and have fun and test myself. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, for me, wins, losses, draws, they never change my life, my outcome, my perspective of mixed martial arts. I've always enjoyed competing. You know, I come home, you know, wash dishes, do me and get ready for the next one. So for me, if I was to sit down and look at like how they're going to score the fight, there's just no point. Like, I don't care.
Is it going to be weird mentally to remind yourself, like, let's say now in the first round, you can't go for a takedown, right? In the second round, you can. Third round, you can. Like, you think that's going to be a bit of a mind F, if you will?
1,000%, because naturally for my whole entire career in mixed martial arts, you know, like when they first presented this fight, you know, they're like, hey, you want to fight Rodtang for the Muay Thai belt? I was like, nah. I was like, I don't care about being a Muay Thai champion. I'm like, there's people out there who dreamt their whole lives to be a Muay Thai champion. But I said, I will fight Rodtang. I was like, I'll fight in the Muay Thai. We can do big gloves. You know, I like Muay Thai. This is me personally. I like Muay Thai when I watch Muay Thai and, you know, when it's in Thailand or lion fighting or K1, they have the big gloves. They have the big gloves on, right? So I'm kind of accustomed to seeing that. So it's like, I'll fight Rodtang, Muay Thai, big gloves. We do 3 threes, call it good, and move on to the next one. Then they came back with this. And so, but it's definitely going to be different on mine because naturally I'm, you know, and I change my elevation, ready to go and be fluid. It's like to be fluid and just move. It's like I'm stopping my natural ability to be fluid and move, right? Because I'm a mixed martial artist. I'm not a Muay Thai fighter. So, and how I fight is that I build upon the rounds, right? Like first round, I'm moving, using my footwork, using my elevation change, using my clinching, using my wrestling. That's one round of 5 minutes of that, of my pressure going on. Second round, same thing. Third round, same thing. Fourth round, same thing. Fifth round, if they haven't succumbed or drowned within those first four rounds of the fifth round, I typically do. So to say that the first and third round, I have to be, you know, in a handicapped state and not use my greatest asset, yeah, it's kind of that mind fog. But, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, baby. We don't get paid to sit here and, you know, pick fights. We get paid to fight.
That's right.
Remember that, Ariel?
That's right. What weight is it at?
135.
135. Okay. So this is pretty, I mean, this is normal for you these days. Could you even make 125 right now? Like if you tried, if you want, like. I could, but would it be healthy? Absolutely not. Like I love just being like, there's been times where I'm like, dude, I'm tired of fucking cutting weight. I'm tired of like, just, you know, I hate dieting because I feel like you stop the natural progression of your body, of its nutrients and the calories that it wants, you know, like we're a high induced cardio sport, right? We're going out there, we're fighting for 15 to 25 minutes. When I'm in the gym, we're training 3 times a day. So cutting back the calories and all that stuff, I've just never been a big fan of it. But when you go to compete, you are going to fight bigger guys. That's just, you know, you're going to fight guys that are taller, et cetera, et cetera. So would I want to make 125 again? No, I don't want to, just because I don't want to put my kidneys, my liver and all that stuff being 35 years old. I'm a lot bigger now. Like now me dying at 135, like I'm dying now and I'm waking at 140. I'm like, fuck, I still got 5 more pounds. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, all right. So this, like right now, how much, like you're fighting in 10 days exactly from now. How much do you weigh?
140.
Oh, wow. This is great. When do you go over there?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, this is how much I weighed when I fought in the UFC. I wake up 140. Then, you know, when I fought Dom for the belt, you know, I was coming on weighing 138. So when I made that weight cut, it was like 3 pounds. And that was, you know, what, 2010, 2001, one of those fucking times when I fought him. So you know, I'm still the same size, but I'm just more filled. I'm just more filled out. I'm not cutting to 125 like I used to all the time.
Right. I believe it. Yeah, it was 2010 Washington D.C. UFC on versus 6. I mean, yep. Look, that memory is just amazing.
That's what I'm telling you, baby. Mixed Martial Hall of Fame, baby. You were like, no. It was this.
Yes,
thing.
Yes.
He won like this. So
yes, I'll be the curator of all the artifacts. We have not seen you in almost a year in action. To for lack of a better term, like to sit on that L for this long, how has that sat with you?
Oh, it's good. Man. Came home, like I said, when I win and I lose, it literally, I come home, I do the same thing. Literally the same
There
thing.
hasn't been a fire inside of you to like, I don't want that L at the top. I want that winning feeling again.
The feelings are the same. The feelings are, I mean, yes, there's a little sadness, you know, when you're in a hotel room, you come home. But my circle is super tight. Like the people I hang out with on a daily basis in my life, they don't fight. They don't watch fighting. They don't, you know, we don't even talk about fighting, to be honest with you. So I'm not surrounded by the fight world. Like the fight world only exists when I go on Instagram and Twitter. But that's just two doorways. So that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Right. So obviously, you know, I train to win, right? Like I want to win, but you know, losing obviously sucks, but I don't let it, you know, affect my life. I don't let it affect my outlook on mixed martial arts. Like even my buddy Bibiano, he just had a loss to Sean Lineker. It sucks, you know. I mean, I've been there before. You train and you expect to go out there and win, but shit, you win some, you do some. Even after I defended, you know, the belt for 11th time and I threw Ray Borg in the fucking air, caught him in the armbar. It was a great feeling, you know. Went out to the club, we all had some drinks, got drunk, and came home. My black ass was sitting right there washing them dishes. So, I mean, it's just the fucking truth. What do you want?
Right. There's no like parade. I get it. No, I definitely get it. I just didn't know if the competitor in you was like, I want to right that wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Do I want to throw wrong? Absolutely. I want to work my way back up to it, right? Like I got to get through Rodtang first, right? So this, like when I look at this fight's to go out there and fight and compete and not use my full skill set. I can use it for 6 minutes essentially, which is not even 2 rounds of mixed martial arts. So get out there and let's take care of Rodtang. Let's see how that fight goes. Then, after that, we'll get back to mixed martial arts. We'll see the next person in his line, get back to doing what I do best, which is mixing up all of my skill set, which is mixed martial arts. And then work our way back to the title shot. And then if I get to the title shot and it's Adriano or Yuya Wakamatsu, we go out there, give it our best shot. If we come up short again, we come up short, we win.
Is there a part of you that wants to fight? Have you decided, are you going to fight multiple times this year?
Yes, I'm fighting multiple times this year, regardless of the outcome of my Rodtang fight.
More than 2, you think, or is 2 probably?
I think if I can do 3, that'd be awesome. But 2 is in line, right? Like I feel like I fight better when I'm more active. I mean, when I fight in the World Grand Prix, 3 fights in a year was a lot. Like it was a lot, but it was worth it. You know what I mean? So if I can get 3 this year, awesome. But we're shooting for 2, and it all depends on my health, my body, mentally. I mean, the training camp for me is the biggest thing. Like I'm such an overthinker that I want perfection. Like I want perfection. And if I can just have that mindset where I just don't care, like I'm going to be in the best shape of my life. I'm not going to watch the video. I'm just going to go in there and fight. Then I can probably do fucking 4 fights or 4 or 5, because you go on there, you fight, you lose, you win, come home, train again, do it over again. Right. So we'll see.
I saw you say you wrote on Instagram that like the past year you kind of put your career, on the, on the back burner. Yes, the back burner. Thank you. And you're a dad, and I see you with your sons. Are your sons going to be like pro BMX riders or something? What's going on over here? I mean, I see them riding these things. Are they competing? What are they doing?
No, my oldest Tyron, he rides. He does motocross. He loves it. That's the only sport he truly cares about. He doesn't care anything about mixed martial arts fighting whatsoever, or football, basketball, soccer, doesn't even care about it. Middle, if any of my children are going to fight, it'll probably be my middle one, because he doesn't watch it, but he's always like moving, and he talks to his friends about fighting. And he wants to do jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, not Muay Thai, but karate. But I'm like, nah, dog, like you need to enjoy being a kid. Like be athletic, because I think when you look at the landscape of champion, well, I'm not going to go there because then everybody can fucking argue me. I don't like arguing. So
no, tell me. What do you want to say?
No. I think athletic ability goes a long way. Then athletic ability and grit goes a long way in the sport of mixed martial arts. So, and then my daughter, she's 3, so we don't know what she's going to do. But, when I made that comment, I put my career in the back burner, is that with COVID-19, things were different over there in Singapore. Like for us to get over there to compete, it's just a lot more that goes into play. And at any given point, the government will be like, hey, our cases are up high, we're shutting this shit down. Just like that. Like, that was just the nature of my career in the last 2 years, right? Like with COVID-19, now that things are starting to get more lenient and the restrictions are starting to, de-escalate, I guess you can say, I'm going to be able to compete more often. So when I can't go and compete, why not focus on the things that I see every single day that matter, which are my children and my wife and the things at home. That way, because one of these days I'm going to hang the gloves up. And if I've always been MIA or not involved in my children's life, when I finally come like, hey guys, I don't have to fight anymore, I'm your dad. And it's like, who the fuck you been the last 7 years? Right? Like, so for me, it's like, that's why I'm saying, like, my mindset when I'm at home, it's home life. That's just what it is. And that's why I made that comment, is that, career's in the back burner at that time. Now we're full swing. We're back into fight mode. And after this fight, I will take that hat off and put this hat on, which is focus on the family, focus on what we're going to do next and investments and all that, et cetera.
So if your middle son comes up to you now and says, I want to go take jiu-jitsu classes, would you try to convince him otherwise?
No, I'll let him take it.
Okay.
We've never, that's one of the things we've done, me, my wife Destiny, have done as parenting, is that we've never shied the children away from trying things. Like we almost promote it. right? We're always promoted. But the type of mindset I have is like, okay, I look at motocross and I look at, it's an amazing sport. I can't wait to get back on my Husqvarna. It's a great sport. And when I look at the athletes, I'm like, okay, so how much does the average motocross guy make? And I'm like, okay, so he's making, 50 to 6,000. I think he's good. And he's on a factory team and you have your thing. I'm doing the numbers in my head right now. And I was like, there's no point. He'd be better off going to fucking college or working at Microsoft, making $250,000 a year instead of having the risk of blowing his knee out. So that's why my wife was like, you got to stop that. Like, they have to create memories, right? And like, who knows if he's going to become a professional motocross. And if he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. So like I got to have the same mindset that I had in my mixed martial arts career that my children have in their adventures, right? Because if I'm like, man, I gotta fight, man. My life depends on it. What are we gonna do? Or I'm like, hey, but even when I lost my last fight, like my son was like, how do you feel? I was like, I'm good. I'm home. Take care of you guys. This is my main job. And they're like, okay. And I tell them, I was like, yes, I can sit here and throw a fit, say I wasn't ready, but I was ready for that fight. It was one little blip. That one little uppercut and that knee to the ground, and that was it. I was like, I've been dropped harder in my fights, from Dodson, where I'm like, shit, where did Dodson go? Boom! Oh shit, there he is! And getting up, I'm like, oh, got blood, and getting dropped multiple times in a fight. And I told him, I was like, it's part of the game. You get back on your horse and you ride that motherfucker back into battle again. And that's what I'm doing on March 26th, riding this motherfucker back in battle.
Do the boys realize who you are now? Are they old enough?
My son gets off more when I jump my dirt bike. Really? Yeah. They like when they, their friends were like, oh, you know who your dad is? He goes, yeah. He fights. And
so like when you go to like parent things, parties, school things, the dads don't talk to you about this?
No. No.
Imagine I
live in a small town. You got to think mixed martial arts is not big here I
know, but you're a freaking
Washington.
legend, man. You're one of the greatest ever.
Yeah. I mean, here's one thing. Ariel, I was at the gym the other day working out, and this guy came in, he goes, dog, you got the most consecutive UFC takedowns. You got that record. I was like, yeah, I do. How my triceps look, though.
Yeah.
Like,
you couldn't care less.
Yeah, I'm grateful that I've been able to set the bar high. I'm grateful to be in the position I'm in. And, I never take my credentials that I've done in the sport of mixed martial arts for granted, so.
And by the way, on top of all of those accomplishments, all those credentials, dare I say, probably the greatest social media handles of all time, both on Twitter and Instagram. I mean, Mighty, just a clean Mighty like that. How did you pull that off?
Wait, what?
Oh, what?
Didn't you?
What?
I felt like you kind of inspired me to do that. I mean, you got me Mighty Mouse. I think you kind of pushed me to that way. And then Mighty, yeah, I just like to be called Mighty. Like when I play video games, like, watch out, Mighty! Watch out, Mighty! I'm like,
what do you? I put in the call. You were leaving the UFC. I was like, we got to drop the UFC. Obviously, you can't be one of those guys. I moved mountains for you. I was just.
That's what I just said, Ariel.
I was just trying to get what I just said. I was trying to give myself the old Barry Horowitz. It's one of the clean. We were talking. It's right here, Mighty over there. I'm like, wow, that is just so sweet. I wonder how he got such a clean. Because it wasn't always that. Your Instagram was like Mighty Mouse 125 or some crap like that, right?
It was Mighty Mouse UFC 125.
Oh, it's brutal.
That was the thing too. Like even when I had my Twitch, it was Mighty Mouse UFC 125 or Mighty Mouse UFC, and they're like, "Don't drop the UFC because it's a marketing tactic because everybody knows about the UFC." And I was like, "Nah." Then that's why I just did Mighty Gaming. It's like it's me gaming. The same with Instagram is that's the one thing I would say I will never forget about my UFC days when we used to have the UFC Fighter Summit. Is that all the fighters would go to the Vegas, we'd party, obviously have a good time with Snoop Dogg, doing good things. And we would talk about branding. And the one thing Dana White said, he goes, you guys need to become your own brand. Don't just, tailcoat behind our brand, be your own brand. That way, if you get an endorsement deal, it's endorsement deal between, the athlete and the sponsorship, or people want to do shirts or whatever it may be, or even my Instagram handle, right? It's not, Mighty Mouse one athlete. It's just Mighty, or my Twitter, Mighty Mouse, etc. So Thank you, Earl Helwani. I appreciate
No, listen.
For,
Thank you.
Maybe you can leave that term for that that right there, the U2s. That's something too that, I traded with U2s. It's one of my favorite ones. And then you got the MMA bobblehead over there as well. So
yes.
Yeah, man, it's about just branding, like just getting your footprint everywhere.
By the way, have you ever walked out to the Mighty Mouse theme song?
No, I never will.
Why not? It's a great song.
I don't like it.
You don't
I
like
don't like it. I like rap. I like rap. Get me pumped up. This is gonna be the first time in Asia I'm gonna come out to rap. I'm super excited.
Oh, which song? Which song?
T.I. Go Get It. I used to come out to when I fought in America.
Okay. And fans.
Fans, yeah. I'll never forget what Uriah Faber said. He says, man, if I'm gonna do this, I gotta have some fans there. And I'm like, you're right, Uriah. But at the same time, this is how I make a living. So I still have to fight when it's an empty crowd. But I'm super excited for the fans to be back in Singapore. I'm looking forward to it.
It was weird without fans, right?
Yeah, it was more intimate. Like it reminded me of just sparring in the gym. Like you can hear everything. You can hear the feet sliding.
Yeah.
And, all that stuff. It's definitely an eerie feeling. Like I would say competing in COVID-19 era is probably the most it's just eerie.
Eerie. Yeah, I agree. I think a remix of the Mighty Mouse song, like a rap hip hop remix of it, would be pretty damn sweet to cap off the career. Come on, someone could do that. Rap? I mean, pick someone. Who's your favorite? I mean, I feel like we can set this up.
I mean, the rappers I'm to now are Don Toliver, Gunna, that Yes Forever.
Here I come to save the. My goodness, Mighty Mouse.
Everyone, I apologize to him. He's over now.
All right, just think about it.
Okay.
Let it marinate. I can't wait for this March 26th, 1X. This is the fight that I'm most looking forward to. Although I am looking forward to Shinya versus Sexyama because I do have a thing for Sexyama. He is just so freaking amazing, that guy. I love that guy. I wish you the best, my friend. Safe travels over there. I can't wait to watch. Do we know how it will be broadcast here in America? Do we know that yet?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can watch the fight at www.onefc.com or you can order the pay-per-view. I believe pay-per-view is only for Asia. I've been telling all my friends what I do when I watch it is I wake up at if you want to watch my fight specifically, I'm a Pacific Standard Time, so I wake up around 5:30, 6:30 in the morning to catch the co-main and the main event. That's when I watch Tom Lee and Bibiano fight. And I just jump on YouTube real quick, just skip a hoop. It's YouTube. It's on. They're watching the fights live, and it's live. So that's what I do. But onefc.com or the pay-per-view.
Always a pleasure. Always an honor, my friend. All the best to you. Godspeed. Can't wait for the fight. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks, brother. Have a good day.
You too. There he is, the one and only Demetrious Johnson. And yes, he gave me this guy back in the day. I mean, a lot of great characters on today's show. Lovable characters. Molly, Matt Brown, Casey, DJ, our next guest. And I'm looking forward to talking to our next guest. You'll recall back in October, Kevin Lee had just fought Kyle Dawkins. Unfortunate ending. He's back home, and he catches a carjacker. Riding around town, he's chasing him, catches the guy, apprehends him. He's a real-life superhero. Amazing. What a legend. Does it so nonchalantly. Then we get word, Monday night, he's at a sushi restaurant with friends, Houston area, 40 to 50 people there. A gunman walks in and just opens fire. And there he is, Kevin Holland, superhero, real-life superhero, helps, along with the two others, take down the gunman, apprehend him, subdue him, take the gun away. Not a single soul got hurt. An amazing story. Some way, somehow, he's at the right place, right time. Wrong place, right time. I don't know. But, I mean, the man is an absolute legend. He's an inspiration. He's kind enough to join us right now on the program to talk about this. And I know he didn't want to talk a lot to the media beforehand. But, I mean, look at this guy.
Thanks, Eric.
Appreciate you. Kevin, this is incredible. Is it right place, right time? Is it right place, wrong place, right time? I don't know. How does this keep happening to you?
I don't know, man. It really, honestly, it depends how you look at it. You know, it's like the the carjacking thing, that was pretty cool because I got to drive my car really fast. But that one right there, that wasn't that cool because it's like, you know, A, I'm eating dinner. B, I'm having a good time. C, it's like, who the hell expects somebody to come in and start shooting while they're eating?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it was just one of those times where it's just like, you know, however they want to label it, just happy everybody's safe, nobody's hurt, you know, and so on and so forth. But I'm glad I'm doing an interview with Ariel because some of those other ones I didn't want to do. Glad I'm doing one with you.
Oh, respect.
Because you're going to help me get to the bottom of something, Ariel.
Oh.
I want to find the first person that jumped in there and originally grabbed the guy to help slow down the whole shooting and everything. I'd like to find that guy. And next time they have some fights in Houston, whether I need to come out of my own pocket or whatever, I'd like to get that man and his old lady some tickets to go watch some UFC fights, whether it be me fighting there or whether it just be him showing up to some fights. So we can find that guy. We can get that guy some tickets to a fight.
Let's go.
I think that'd be lovely.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes, and I will do whatever I can to help you find that guy. Can we start at the beginning, though? Can you paint? I'm sure you have probably told this story now to a bunch of people, your family, everyone wants to know. But can you paint the picture? It's Monday night. You're at a sushi restaurant in Houston. It's around 11:30 local time. What happens?
Yeah. So, you know, we're at the sushi spot. We're chilling, having a good time. I finally got my uncle out with me. He's my baby uncle because he's a year younger than me. And we're out just chilling, you know, doing our thing. Having a good old meal, you know. I finish my food. I usually finish first. I'm a fast eater. I got I'm on my second liquor, Ariel. I'm having a good time.
Yes,
you know what I mean? I got me some Hennessy and some Coke. You know, I'm just chilling. And there was a party behind us, birthday party. So when I heard the bang originally, Ariel, I'm like, all right, that's a champagne bottle. You know what I mean? I'm thinking my people back here having a look at that battery dying on me.
Oh.
I was thinking my people having a good time. You know, they're back here having a good time. So I turned to look behind me and people are running, glasses breaking. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, that's not a champagne bottle. That's a gunshot. I go to turn to see the people that was in front of me. They're down low. They're getting down. My uncle's getting up like he's about to run. I grab him by the shirt, pull him down. I'm like, yo, chill. I look to the side. It was kind of like an island right there. As I look to the side, the guy's holding the guy with the gun, you know, and the gun's pointing just directly towards the back of the spot, right where we're sitting at and everything. And I'm like, all right, well, that guy's safe, but we're not. So, you know, instead of going around the right side of the bar, I go around the left side of the bar, which, you know, there's a long island in between there. So as I'm running down, I pick up a chair. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to use this chair. This chair's going to come in handy. Grab the chair. I hit the corner. As soon as I hit the corner, you know, they're still wrestling. At this point in time, the guy's kind of like a little more spaced out. You know, it's like the shooter's getting back in a little bit of motion. But the guy still has a good grip on the gun, you know, and he's holding the hammer. You know what I mean? That's probably the best thing he did was hold the hammer. So it's like I get over there. I'm trying to make out who the two guys are. So I put the chair down just to make sure I don't hit the wrong person with the chair, you know.
Right.
Realize who the shooter is, help ply the gun out. First, we aim the gun down, you know, because I'm like, this is probably be a better situation instead of pointing towards the back. But then as it's aiming down, I'm like, yo, we're upstairs. What if somebody's downstairs? So then I hit it towards the island, and then we hit it up top like this. At this point in time, the guy, I noticed his wrist is starting to jam up a little bit. Punch the wrist. I pull the fucker back, put him in a rear naked choke, sit him in the lap. I choking him. My uncle's sitting there, and I call him Herb. At this point in time, I'm calling him Herb Dean with the dreads out the back. Skinny Herb Dean, you know, he's in there. He's watching. And he's like, he's not out. He's not out. He's not out. And then he grabs the guy on the guy's limp. He's like, all right, he's out. Roll over, get on top, throw the backpack out. You know, the guy wakes to, you know, hold him by the back of the head, let him know, man, you move again, I'm about to smack you. I'm gonna hit you really hard, bro. You might want to just chill out. He's like, yes, sir. So at this point in time, you know, he's probably trying to like come to. He's like, all right, I'm fucked here. So he's just sitting there. Next, you know, officer comes in. You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm about to get off. He's like, nope, you're gonna help me flip him. We flip him. You know what I'm saying? He hit him with the cuff. And off they went. It was good. It was down. It was good to go. I had to go find my pinky ring. Had to go find my hat. Didn't lose the glasses, but it was a good night.
Wow.
Nobody got hurt. Everybody goes home safe.
This is absurd, Kev. I mean, you say it so nonchalantly. Were you nervous? Were you scared?
No. I mean, it's pretty quick. So you know what I mean? You don't really get scared because it's just like, it's so quick. It's just more like reaction. You know what I mean? Reaction. Play all this Call of Duty, do all this martial arts, better react. You know what I mean? When the time comes, right? I did Kung Fu first and foremost. So I just feel like that was the best way to defend myself and the people that were with me at the time. So that's just how I responded, you know? So no, I didn't really feel like there was ever a situation to get nervous. I don't know if you remember, there was a shooting not too long ago, I think like a year ago in Texas in the church, and the old guy pulled his stick out and hit the shooter like, pow! You know, it's like, I figured that would happen before I even got there as I was running to the guy, you know, because like you live in Texas, you know, one guy pulls out a gun, another guy pulls out a gun out of nowhere and shoots that guy. Right. So, no, I mean, I'm confident in the state that I live in. You know, I always have been, probably always will be. So, no, it's like I'm never nervous, you know, and I was more so nervous about possibly getting stampeded as I was running over there. I was more so nervous about the people's reaction. Like once I finally had the guy, like, you know, and I was on top of him, you know, they didn't care about the police coming, you know what I mean? They wanted to smash the guy out. You know, everybody's on a date. Everybody's with their wives, you know, their family. And, you know, this guy's coming in here shooting a gun. I mean, that's just completely psychotic. Yeah. So,
did he say anything? Yeah. Like, did he happen to say anything to you on the ground beforehand as to why he would do this?
No, I mean, straight rear naked choked out, sleep. Damn. He woke up with a fist poking at his face, you know. So at that point in time, you know, the only thing he ever said was, yes, sir. So, you know, obviously the guy, you know, he's, you know, as bad as he is, maybe he was just in a bad situation. So that's why I'm happy that nobody got hurt. Not the shooter, you know, the last situation that I was in, not the driver who stole the car. You know, nobody gets hurt. That's what I like. You know what I mean? It's like no reason for anybody to go out, be seriously harmed, and, you know, not be the same in life ever again. That's not right. So, yeah.
So to give credit where it's due, one guy initially took him down first. Is that accurate?
Yeah, he jumped on him, grabbed the gun. I mean, you know, maybe that guy was scared that the gun would be pointed towards him because he was the closest to the man. But he grabbed that gun. They were scrambling for it.
Wow.
That guy did a good job. If we could find that guy, I would love to get that guy some tickets, you know, have a good time with the guy.
And when he initially shot, was it one gunshot that you heard?
One gunshot. Boom.
And where did it go?
Crazy. Glass is breaking. I think it went in the air. So my initial thought is that he's boom, and then he's about to draw out on us. Probably, maybe he's trying to rob the place. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you never know. I would like to know. I would really like to know what would make that guy want to
do that,
go that route. You know, and then 11:30 at night, you're robbing a sushi spot. Out of all spots to rob in the world, you're robbing a sushi spot. I mean, you know, it doesn't really make sense. So I would like to know.
Were people leaving? Like when there's that wrestling match going on the ground, are people running out of the restaurant? I would imagine, right?
I think a few people are running out and stuff like that. But I'm more so worried about the person on the ground, and I'm more so worried about the people who may be trying to attack the person on the ground, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So
the reason I ask that is, why would you? Like, what is it about you that says, I'm not going to leave. I'm actually going to go and subdue this guy and choke him out? Why jump into the fray as opposed to escape?
I don't know. Like I said, self-defense, you know what I mean? I just felt like probably that was at the time, you know, things are going super quick. You know, that's what my brain registered as the best option. And then the guy is in front of the door. You know, the sushi spot is kind of like oddly shaped, you know, and set up. You know, you have to go up some stairs. Something's like a rush hour scene as you're going upstairs to go to the sushi spot to eat, you know, or you could take the elevator to get up there. So in order to leave, you have to get past this man anyways. So he has to be stalled for anybody to leave. You know, and people are running the opposite way of where the door is. So it's like, yeah, you might as well just get to this guy. You know, it's like, I can't leave unless the people I'm with get out of there first and foremost.
Sure.
Or I feel responsible. So like, no, you know, I'm on top of him. I'm right here. I'm good. You know, I'm good now. The shooter's taken care of. We good.
So you jump into the mix. You jump into the mix, and you get those. You know, those, you take his back, right? You get those hooks in and you just choke him out. Now, is he face down or does he turn over when you do this?
Nah, we're you know, I'm on my back.
You're on your back.
I still wanted to scan what was in front of me. You know what I mean? It's like, this is what I've seen first and foremost, but you never know what could be behind it. You never know. I mean, if they're robbing the place, how do you know there's not another guy there? How do you know there's not somebody in the car trying to come up and see what the hell is going on with this boy? You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm looking. My back's to the ground. I'm looking up. I'm trying to visualize.
Did he fight you when you were taking his back, or was he a pretty easy?
So he was a small guy. As soon as the gun got free, and I put the choke in. You know what I mean? Maybe I should cut down to 55 area.
Yes.
You know, the smaller they are, the better I do.
What about this guy, Brendan Allen, saying, "Oh, I don't believe it because Kevin Holland took someone down"? I mean, it's a little ill-timed, that joke. No.
You know what? There's another guy from the Dawkins camp was making jokes and stuff like that, which I thought was a little weird because, you know, Chris is ex-cop and stuff like that. But, hey, I would love to make a few jokes, but, you know, hey, I'm a jokester. I like to have fun. But, I mean, it's one of those situations. I mean, I just got a message from one of the ladies that was there. She was happy that her and her husband got to go home to their newborn baby. So,
yeah, man.
If I'm not mistaken, Brandon Allen has a couple kids, had a kid not too long ago. Hopefully when you're in that situation, Brandon, hopefully you're not joking. Hopefully you're taking things serious and you're able to make it home to your kids, and everybody that's in there can make it home to their kids, and you're not such a douchebag, you know? And Brandon, don't ever forget, I'm a 170 pounder now, but I will still come up to 85 and smack any one of you guys, bucko.
How long before the cops come, to the best of your knowledge?
I don't know, man. Houston PD was quick. In my eyes, they were really quick. You know what I mean? It's like, it was a nice neighborhood. Maybe they were already patrolling somewhere. And the first cop that came in there, man, he came in there by himself. Didn't need no backup. He ran in that thing. I was like, yo, old guy.
Oh, why didn't you want to do media? Because I would imagine Kevin Holland, UFC star, does this and that. Like, this would have gone everywhere. Why did you lay low?
Yeah, they had to convince me to do it. Look, I don't know. I mean, I don't need media for doing that type of shit. You know what I mean? It's like, media for fighting, media for my memes, media for the antics I may pull inside the cage or fight week. That's wonderful. You know what I'm saying? I got taught Kung Fu for not $1, not a penny, not a cent. You know, I didn't have to pay my original instructor, not anything, you know, just to give him some time. You know, I was in high school learning this stuff. And I don't feel like it's one of those things that you need clout for, you know? If I wasn't convinced to do these things today, I'd just let the whole thing ride, you know? If people didn't start finding out it was Kevy Kev, I would have let the whole thing ride. Honestly, if it wasn't such a shook experience, because I actually had some family there with me when the situation happened, I wouldn't even told my coach. I wouldn't have told my manager. I wouldn't have told the people that were close to me. I would have just kept it pushing like it was a normal day, you know? But the fact that my uncle was there with me, you know, and the gun was really in our direction and he could have got popped, you know, that type of stuff sits with me. So I'm like, yo, like my first time going to Houston, taking my little brother with me, even though my little brother was hanging out with my cousin playing basketball and stuff like that. Yes, that late they were playing basketball. You know, like that type of stuff sits with me. Usually I travel and I travel alone. You know, anything happens when I'm alone, it's just Kev, nothing to worry about. It's my life. I'm a samurai. I can deal with that. But when you got family and friends with you, you're like, shit, you know, like I didn't care about no media. You know, I cared about going home and just like kind of like soaking in the fact that I could like still see my people and that nothing happened to none of my people, you know? So yeah, I was trying to avoid the media.
Could you even go to bed that night? Like, were you rattled afterwards once the dust settled?
Yeah, I was rattled for a minute. I ain't gonna cap. You know, it was just like I said, the fact that I got my family with me, you know what I mean? That doesn't sit right in my stomach. And then I pounded that liquor after I got done doing all that. I just ate on that sushi and shit. So that probably didn't sit right either. But yeah, my stomach was all bubbly and I was laying in the Airbnb room and it was loud in there because it was right by the traffic and I kept hearing cars go by. And every time it would bump, I'd bump and jump up like, what the? But I mean, all in all, you know what I'm saying? Couple shimmy reefer sticks later, I was good to go.
Do you feel rattled now or are you over it?
No, I'm good. I end up going to get some coffee the next day 2-3 times. End up going to a couple busy spots to get over it. I actually was talking to some people that I met with the last name of Holland as well. And no, we're not related, but I met them at the triad fights. And one of the ladies is a counselor. So I was actually back and forth with her on the phone, and she was just giving me some techniques and stuff like that on what you can do to kind of like just
get over it.
Possibly can get any PTSD from it, or you actually have anything going on, just to like keep your breathing right, keep your body right, keep your mind right. So I just followed the steps that she gave me. She said it'd be good to take my time, but when I'm ready to get back into a busy area, I feel like I was ready the next day. So I went right back into it, right back into the fire. I didn't want to mess up the kids' time that I promised them in Houston. I promised my brother he was going to train with Bob. I promised that we were going to go shopping, and I didn't want to mess it all up just because I went through some, you know what I mean, the night before. So no, I did the techniques that she told me, and I just kept it pushing, you know. Shook now? No, I'm at home chilling. I got my shoes behind me. I got my video game right here. I'm back good.
And do you know what happened to the guy, the gunman?
No. Honestly, I was talking to Orrin about it. For those of you who don't know, Orrin is the manager. I was talking to him about it, and I was like, bro, I would love to find out kind of like, you know, what's going on with that guy in that situation. You know what I mean? Like the motive. Just so you can, you know, maybe in the future see somebody with that same type of energy walk in somewhere and you can like, you know, maybe talk to the motherfucker before they even get there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just want to know like where he coming from. Like what would make him flip that, you know?
They thank you? Like when the cops come, do they thank you?
Yeah, the cops are always cool. I mean, they're happy because they ain't got to do the extra work, but they're still pissed off because they got to do paperwork. You know what I'm saying? But at the end, they're all really nice. They're nice to everybody in the bar. They understand we all just went through a trauma time. I ain't gonna lie, man. Rod should have covered my bill. I still end up having to spend $200 with y'all.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yeah, Rod. Next time, y'all better cover my bill, Rod.
They didn't thank you?
Rod was tripping. I understand that they was going through some stuff, but you know, Rod was tripping.
They should have given you like 10 years worth.
Sushi cake.
Yeah.
Man, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie though. I don't know if I'm eating sushi when I go to Houston no more. I'll probably go stick to something else.
Yeah.
They got a spot out there called Flippin' Patties with some good burgers and some good French fries. I'll probably just stick to that spot for now.
Yeah. Now, so are you liking this thing of being like the guy who stops crime? Do you feel like this is going to be a thing? You know, there was once a fighter named Phoenix Jones. Do you remember this guy? He was trying to stop. Do you like this gimmick, or are you done with this for your life? Are you done with stopping crime?
I can't say I'm done with stopping crime because I don't know. I mean, if I'm somewhere, some stuff pops off, then you know, if I'm in the right spot, you know what I mean. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, make sure I'm okay and people around me okay. But you know, I'm always a Batman fan. You know, I love Batman. You know, if the police want to hire me to be Batman for the world, I got you, baby. But I doubt that's gonna happen. So, I just want to keep fighting, collecting checks, beating people up, and mainly do my interviews for beating people up in the cage and not inside bars or cars.
Two last things. This would be a great, I guess, endorsement to train, right? If you didn't have this knowledge, you wouldn't have the confidence to jump in there and to also be able to pull this off, correct?
Yeah. All the training throughout the years, you know, it's been a couple times where they definitely have came in handy and, you know, saved me or saved somebody next to me. And then my uncle, I remember when we were younger, you know what I mean? Like I say, he's a year or some change younger than me. I remember when I first started training martial arts, I used to just completely abuse him at the house, you know, use all my moves on him. And he used to always be like, why do you do this? His buddy, actually, military guy, when we were younger, though, you know, that we were too young to do stuff like that. He was like, they used to be like, why do you do this to us? We've all had experiences where we've been like, yo, I'm happy we got beat up when we were younger and we did all our martial arts stuff. So, yeah, maybe that needs to be part of PE in school. Maybe you guys need to do more martial arts. I don't know. But martial arts definitely saved me plenty of times and saved others. So, yeah, it's go-to.
What a freaking story, man. What a freaking story. I feel, I mean, I'd be remiss just because I feel like you are always ready to go. We only spoke to you like a couple of weeks ago, so it hasn't been so long. Do you have your next fight yet? Or, I mean, I feel like I have to ask this question. No? Okay.
No, I don't have my next fight yet. But, you know, everybody knows who I want to fight. But he has a fight with Joe Lozon, so...
so we're back. We're back on that train. I thought you were jumping off that train.
Yeah, I'm back on that train. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I try and be respectful because he's an OG. Like I don't want to be that guy, but I mean, I don't care what people say. I mean, I've always been a fan of Donald Cerrone. To be able to share that octagon with Donald Cerrone before he retires, that'd be awesome. Like I said, I'm a good first fight, last fight, or any fight. So,
I mean, that fight's coming up. You could be right after.
You know, or maybe that fight doesn't happen and I'm the guy.
Oh wait. Do you know something we don't know?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. All right. Much respect to you, Kevin. You're the man.
Why would Donald Cerrone want to cut all that weight? Why would Donald want to cut all that weight? When he fights me, he can drink beer and still enjoy himself.
Of course, yeah. 170. Let's go. Catch weight, 175.
Let's go.
Amazing. It's just amazing, man. So much respect for you. You're a real life superhero. I can't believe this happened again. But man, I want to be next to you when shit goes down because you get things done, my friend. You stop bad people from doing bad things. So just well done to you. I hope they give you the key to Texas. Forget the key to the city. Give you the key to the whole damn state, if you ask me, for what you're doing for the people there.
First and foremost, y'all better make sure I ain't got no speeding tickets.
That's right.
I need a little speeding pass.
Yeah, the next time they find out you got speeding tickets, they better freaking let you go and do a parade for you on the way home. You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
do a donut and then go down the street.
Yes. Thanks for doing this, Kevin. I appreciate it, man. Well done.
No problem. Thank you, man. You guys have a good one.
You too. There he is, Kevin Holland. What a freaking legend. What a story. I mean, what a story that is. I hope I never have to deal with something like that. And yet this man has had to deal with it twice. Twice he's been in this situation. Twice. One time there's a guy driving around stealing cars. Next time he's having sushi on a Monday night. I mean, first of all, this is why I've always been told probably to not have sushi on a Monday. That's a thing, right? People say don't have sushi on a Monday. Crazy things happen. In all seriousness, you're out, you're eating, it's late Monday, you're in some strip mall in Houston. Why would this ever happen? Those people are lucky that first guy, and let's give that guy props, whoever he may be, wherever you are. If you happen to be watching this, reach out to us, MMA Fighting, to me, to Kevin Holland, to Oren Hodak. You deserve what he wants to offer you. Tickets to a UFC fight. That's the least that you deserve, my friend. You took down an active shooter in a restaurant with 40 to 50 people. You are a hero as well. Too bad that he didn't get to talk to him afterwards and didn't get his information, but that's a really cool thing that he wants to do. So if you happen to know that person who stopped this initially, let's get him what he deserves. When Oren told me about this on Tuesday, yesterday, I was like, what? No way. This happened again? How could this happen again? How could you be put in that situation twice in a life? Once is, a story to be told forever. Twice is just, and that, I mean, the second time, scary. I mean, there's a lot of people involved there, a lot of lives. So Kevin Holland, legend forever, much respect. What more can you say about that guy? A true, true hero. All right, one more guest will be joined in a matter of moments by Ilia Topuria, who is fighting this Saturday against Jai Herbert, but he was in the news yesterday. He and Paddy Pimblett have been going back and forth for a few months, not like constantly, but there were some things said on Twitter, and they're now in the same weight class. So there were things, being written to each other, tweeted back and forth, and they crossed paths at the Fighter Hotel in London yesterday, and it got a little heated. In fact, there is some footage courtesy of Ilia's Instagram page. This is what happened. It's a quick clip. Take a look. All right, so there you have it. Kind enough to be joined right now by Ilia Topuria, who is fighting on Saturday against Jai Herbert, but was involved in that situation. Ilia, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, amigo. Glad to talk to you again. How are you?
It is my pleasure. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a long couple of days for you over there. So let's get into it. Can you tell us your side of the story? Why did that happen yesterday at the hotel?
So it didn't happen because he told me something yesterday. It comes from a long time ago. He was arguing with one of my closest friends, with Guram, once in Twitter, and he posted like, now I understand why Russia destroyed Georgia, because you are dumps. And it makes my blood boil. When I saw, I was like surprised. I didn't believe when I saw that tweet, because in 2008, I was living in Georgia when that war happens, and it was a very difficult time for me, for my family, for all my friends, for my country. A lot of innocent people, kids, were dying in that war, and see how someone is joking about that. It makes my blood boil. So I texted him. I don't remember what I tweet. And when they give me the fight in London, he texted me like 3 weeks ago, like, I can't wait to see you in London. We'll see if you have the balls to tell me everything you text me in Twitter. Bullshit. And I come here the first day when I come to the hotel. I come out, I finished my interviews. I was walking into the hotel and I saw him. And he looked to me like a nice guy, and he wanted to shake my hand. He come to me. He didn't come, but he looked at me like nice. I threw the bottle to his face. He threw it back to me. I don't know what. I slip and I give him a proper right hand, and there's where you have to video yourself. Everyone saw the video. What happened. So it's hard. You have to Ukraine flag. Can you imagine if I start to make some jokes about the war where the children are dying, but people are suffering? You can talk about that.
100%.
So this is what.
The conversations that you were saying you were having, were those private? Like, were you guys DMing each other where he said, "I can't wait to see you," to see if you say that, or was that public?
No. I didn't have like private message with thumbs like him. And I saw his interview today that he was saying like, Ilia is nobody, he's small, something like this. Who the fuck is him? Who the fuck is him? This guy have just one fight in the UFC, and yes, maybe I'm not so tall, but I need just one punch and I can put my balls on his forehead. So I if he gets the win, I really want to fight with him. Even if he didn't get the win, I want to fight him because of my people, because of me, I want to take his head off.
So you saw him, that was the first, what we just saw there was the first time that you saw him, yes?
The first time.
And you said you threw a bottle at him, he threw one back, or the same bottle back, and then you threw a punch. Did it land? It was hard to tell from there. Did the punch land?
And I touched him in the shoulder,
okay,
his hand.
And
he was what? Next time, if I see him right now, he's walking with security. He needs a security in his own country,
What were you hoping happened there? Like, were you ready to get into a fight with him? Because I would imagine the UFC wouldn't have been too happy with that.
Of course, I will be happy to. If they give me that fight, even that fight didn't mean anything for me. Like a professional, he's not ranked. He has just a one fight in the UFC. He's fucking nobody. But I want to fight him.
But no, like yesterday.
A step back for me, but it doesn't matter.
But yesterday at the hotel, what were you trying to accomplish?
I were trying to take his head off. And he takes something like, it was like 6 against versus me. And you can see in the video, my coach was on his back making a coffee, a calm. He didn't even move, no one touched him. My brother was separating me. Can you imagine if everyone go against him? He was alone. We will kill him.
Go ahead.
He should be thankful with all my teammates because they separate me, If not, he will be, I don't know, in the hospital right now.
And who was filming that?
My filmmaker.
Was it a coincidence that he happened to be filming you when you were walking up to him, or did you see him from afar and then he started filming?
No, I didn't saw him. I always been in all my fights. I bring my filmmaker with me, and like a normal fight week, he was recording everything, and
wow,
casualty. I saw him, and I take the opportunity to throw a bottle to his face.
So I saw obviously when you posted it. And then I looked last night and there was like 500,000 views on this video on your Instagram. But then I looked later and it was gone. Is the video gone?
Yeah, because the Instagram delays the video, but the UFC is trying to recover the video.
Instagram deleted it?
Yeah, Instagram deleted it.
Why?
I don't know why. I didn't understand. I don't know.
That's weird.
They did.
I thought someone told you to take it down.
No, never. I never will take the video back.
Right. Did you get in trouble? Did the UFC get mad at you for this?
No, he gets in trouble. He's walking in with security right now in the hotel because he's scared. He shit on his pants.
But they didn't talk to you like, hey, we don't want fights in the hotel, that sort of thing. No one spoke to you about this?
Yeah, of course. They told me like try to stay professional. It's not a very professional when you try to fight someone in the hospital. You know, I understand that part, but I couldn't like control my emotions in that moment. You know, it's hard to see a motherfucker like him and don't say anything.
We're showing the tweet here that I think upset you most. He tweeted, "Lad, how stupid are these Georgians, man? No wonder the Russians terrorize their lives," with laughing emoji. That was the one you're referring to?
Yeah, that's the one, man. He's fucking crazy. I don't know, you know. No one in my family would teach me to say something like that to someone, you know. I don't know. That's not a joke, you know.
Right. Because I would imagine what's happening right now in the Ukraine is very reminiscent of what happened 14 years ago, right?
It's the same situation we were living in Georgia in 2008.
Right. And
same situation.
You were living there at the time?
Yeah, I was living there. Yeah. And a lot of guys from my class, my friends, I saw all of them like how their parents were dying in the war and crazy situations, you know. I can't even explain how the situation was on that times, you know. And when I hear someone joking about that, you know, phew.
Yeah, no laughing matter. Now, were you were not at the media day today, right?
No, I didn't watch that.
Was that always the plan, or did they remove you from it?
I think they removed me. I think so.
Okay.
I focusing on my trainings. I don't care, you know. If they want me there, I will be there. If not, I will be training, focusing on my fight.
You mentioned that he spoke about you a little bit. I just want to play for the audience what he said and get your response. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, here's Paddy earlier today.
Maybe someone will say this week they see what happened yesterday with you and Ilia, and they'll say, is Paddy focused on the fight? Is his priorities in the right place? What would you say in response to that?
Who's that? Oh, hand sanitizer boy? Is that who you mean? Oh, yeah, that's his name from now on, lad. Don't refer to him as his name, lad. His name's hand sanitizer because it got bounced off his head. But I don't concern myself with none of that, lad. He wanted to come at me and try and act hard, and he got put in his place, lad. I was stood there on my own, and there was about 6 of them, and he done nothing. If he wanted to do something, he would have come round the table and tried to have a fight with me, but he didn't. He stood on the other side of the table because he knows what's good for him.
Were you surprised in the moment that happened? Like, did it take you a second to realize what was going on and maybe get your guard up a little bit in terms of realizing where you were?
No, not really. Like, as soon as he come out of them double doors, lad, he snarled me. You know what I mean? So I looked at him and said, "What?" And then he walked towards me and I said, "What's happening, lad?" And then as he got close to me, he like swiped the slap at me. You know what I mean? And obviously, lad, if you raise your hands at me, I'm going to do something. So I wasn't punching him because I'm not breaking my hand and not being able to fight and earn me money on the weekend. So I stepped back and picked the hand sanitizer up and bounced it off his head. And then he swung a dig what I moved out of the way of with a bit of ease. He's just got a little bit of small man syndrome, lad. You know what I mean? He's only 5'7", isn't he? So just try to leave the little men to it.
Is that something that goes through your head in the moment?
Okay, let's end it there. What do you make of these comments, Ilia?
Hey, man, he saw me and he shit on his pants. He didn't say anything. He was like that. He was eating his eggs, or I don't know what he was eating. Maybe a little bit of sperm or something like that. And he saw me and he was like smiling to me, and he wanted to me to shake his hands. I don't know what he wanted from my part. And I saw him, I threw the bottle to his face, and then everything started, you know, but he was quiet like a bitch. He didn't say anything. So, yeah, fuck him.
What do you think happens?
He's just a man in Twitter, you know, but this is not Twitter. This is real life. If you want to play like a gangster, be gangster by the end. If not, just stay quiet, kid.
What happens if you see him you're both in the same hotel, right?
Yeah.
What happens if you see him again?
The same thing you saw in the video. Maybe if I have the chance, I don't know. If they give me the chance to be with him alone in the room, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker.
And so your desire is, obviously you want to fight this fight on Saturday. You're fighting Jai Herbert. He's a great fighter. But next fight, you want this one, regardless of what happens on Saturday to you or him.
For me, it doesn't matter. He lose or he win, or for me, it doesn't matter. I wanna fight him because I know that's the only way to have him like face to face, man to pussy. So I wanna fight him.
Do you think they'll give you this fight?
I don't know if the UFC wants me to make a step back, because for me, like I told you before, that fight didn't mean anything. You know, it don't gonna make me move forward or something into rankings, and we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen. Right now, I'm focused on my fight, so we'll see.
I'd be remiss if I don't ask you, we were supposed to see you a couple months ago and you had to withdraw from the fight. Could I ask you, we talked right before the fight, you'll remember, in Anaheim. What happened? What went wrong there with the weight cut?
So, basically I changed the way I shouldn't do the weight cut. I bring too much people with me, and I didn't feel good. The doctors of the UFC doctors come to my room. They checked me. They told me that I was taking a risk for my health. I shouldn't stop the weight cut. And finally, they stopped me. I didn't felt good.
Okay. How many more pounds were left?
So I had 5 more pounds to cut, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people was talking like I missed the weights and bullshit like that, But I never show up in the weight thins, because if I have to show up there, I'm always professional. I will make the weight, of course, yes. But the doctors take the decision, and I had to stop.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Oh, and how long were you there for?
I was there like for 6 hours or 7 hours.
And how long did it take for you to feel okay again?
Once I start to drink water, I start to feel good.
Did they say what went wrong? Like, did they explain it to you?
Yeah, because of deshidratación.
Dehydration.
Dehydration. Yeah. Because of the.
Okay. Got it. I mean, mentally for you, because you were talking about, your opponent who pulled out prior, Movsar, right? Like, how did you deal with that? That you're not familiar with losing, right? You've had a great career so far. You're undefeated. So, like, just dealing with that disappointment, how did you handle it?
So it was very disappointed, because I had a very hard training camp, one of the hardest training camp I ever had. I spent time, money, everything. But, things like this happens, shit like this happens. And I try to see always the positive side of everything, and it is what it is. I learned a lot from that experience, and this is most important for me.
Afterwards, shortly thereafter, you actually met with Dana White. I saw a photo with you guys together. What did you guys talk about?
So basically, they gave me the opportunity to be fighting in lightweights and featherweight too. So because for me, it's hard to cut all the time to wait for featherweight, and sometimes I try to stay active, but I can't because of the weight cut. Not because I'm not ready. I'm always ready. My whole life is like a training camp. I'm always training. But because of the weight cut, sometimes I have to take time, because it's hard to cut the weight all the time, And they give me now the chance to fight in lightweight too, so it's much easier to me to be fighting in featherweight and lightweight. And so the goal is stay active, more active, make 3-4 fights a year.
So could I ask, like, we're less than 2 days away from the weigh-ins. How much more do you have left?
6 pounds.
Oh, wow. So this will be fine. No problems.
Yeah, no problems.
So why not just stay at 55?
Yeah.
No more 45.
Because my goal is to take that belt, because I want to take that belt, I want to finish the business I started in 145. I want to kill everyone there and then move up to 155 and go for another belt.
So your next fight, if you fight Paddy, it will have to be at 55 again, right?
Yeah, definitely. No weight limits.
Right.
For me, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so your days of fighting at 45 aren't over, but this one obviously 55, and then you want that one.
Yeah, I will be fighting in 145 and 155 too. You're gonna see him in both weight classes.
Okay, and finally, before I let you go, like, are you? This was a thing. It blew up yesterday. A lot of attention. Are you focused? Do you feel like it got you a little bit away from the task at hand? How are you doing mentally?
Very focused. I just trained this morning. We're gonna train right now. I'm very focused and ready to get another win.
Any final message to Paddy, since you weren't at the media day today?
So I don't want to waste too much words for him. He's just a bitch. That's it.
Ilia, thank you, my friend. Good luck with the weight cut, the training.
Always my pleasure, man.
Yes.
Thank you, man.
And good luck on Saturday. Gracias.
Thank you, man.
All right, there he is. Ilia Topuria, a massive prospect in the UFC, fighting at 155. Of course, he was supposed to fight back in January, that Anaheim card, and unfortunately had to pull out on the morning of the official weigh-ins. It was Friday morning. We were looking forward to the fight, and of course, there was a lot of anticipation. Undefeated. He was supposed to fight Movsar Evloev, then Charles Jourdain. Air Jourdain took the fight on a little over a week's notice. Charles made weight. Unfortunately, Ilia did not go to the weigh-ins because, as he mentioned, went to the hospital. But it sounds like he is okay now, and he'll be fighting at 55. The Paddy fight would be at 55. Paddy doesn't fight at 45 anymore. Last time we saw him, I mean, it feels like it's a while ago, was July of last year when he knocked out Ryan Hall. He's had a great run in the UFC so far, 3-0 in the UFC. Yusuf Zalal was his first win via unanimous decision. Damon Jackson, of course, back in late 2020, and then the Ryan Hall win. Jai Herbert is his opponent on Saturday, and that's a solid fight. Herbert coming off a nice win over Kama Worthy. I mean, it's right there, and anyone who thinks that they're going to shy away from this fight, maybe Ilia wasn't the plan for Paddy's next fight, despite the back and forth, but you've got now this built-in rivalry with this footage, and I actually thought they took it down, but I don't know why Instagram would take that down. Why would they take it down? Well, I mean, unless someone like put some sort of strike against it, a little bit surprising. But yeah, it's right there. I mean, big step up. Paddy's fighting Rodrigo Vargas on Saturday, and with all due respect to him, I would say that Ilia Topuria, I think most would agree, is a big step up in competition. So we'll see if he blows through Vargas. And I think Paddy would be down to take that fight. I don't see why he wouldn't be. That would be a huge deal. I mean, could you imagine that fight back in England, like in September or something? That would be gigantic. But overall, this entire card, with or without that drama, is a great one. I really love it. What's fun about this card is every single fight on the card has like a fun story attached to it, whether it's the matchup, a prospect, a name. Can't wait to see how Aspinall looks. He's looked amazing in the UFC. Big opportunity for him. Curious to see when we talk to GC in a second if he's still an underdog. I haven't checked. Arnold Allen versus Dan Hooker. My heart is going to melt watching that. I mean, I just have a lot of love and respect for both guys. Great characters. Paddy Pimblett. The walkout's going to be great. The buzz is going to be great. Big sophomore effort from him. Gunnar Nelson, I keep forgetting that Gunnar Nelson is even fighting on this card against Takashi Sato. That's a big deal. We love Meatball Molly around these parts, going up against Luana Carolina, who's looked good as of late as well. Jai Herbert, Ilia Topuria, Mike Grundy with an important win and had some emotional things to say about his father today at the media day against Mr. Finland, our old pal, Makwan Amirkhani. Shamil Abdurakhimov against Sergey Pavlovich at heavyweight. Nikita Krylov against Paul Craig should be fun. Jack Shore, 15-0, still flying under the radar. The Pride of Wales going up against Timur Valiev, which is a fantastic fight at 135 pounds. Corey McKenna returning against Elise Reed. McKenna, someone that Uriah Faber and everyone at Team Alpha Male very high on. Nathaniel Wood returning. Mr. London himself, the prospect against Vince Morales. And one debut that I think everyone is looking forward to, Muhammad Mokaev against Cody Durden. There was some back and forth between those two guys. I've been hearing about Mokaev from Tim Simpson, his manager, for a long time. Came up through the IMAF system, undefeated, representing, of course, Dagestan and England, Manchester to be exact. Massive opportunity for him as he hopes to become the youngest champion in UFC history. He is currently 21, the record 23. Of course, John Jones did it. He is turning 22 in July 30th to be exact. So, like I said, every fight on the card, a very fun one. And speaking of the card, we shall get GC's picks for that card, so stick around. He is, just swimming in the dough these days, just absolutely on fire, no pressure whatsoever. But before we get to that, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings. College basketball fans, March Madness is here. You know that. I think I wasn't supposed to say. Is that a thing? Was I not supposed to say March Madness? Can we start? Play the music again, Frank, so I don't have that as part of the thing. Actually, you have it for Monday, right?
Yep.
Should we cut the stream?
All right, from the top.
Perfect. Okay. College basketball fans, join the action on the court during the biggest tournament of the year with DraftKings Sportsbook. Turn your team's victory into your own big win. New customers can bet $5 on any team to win and get $200 in free bets if they do. It's that simple. If they win, you win. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state just yet, you can still join the college hoops action with DraftKings pools. Everyone can play for free with their pools all March long for a shot at a share of over $250,000 in prizes. That's $250,000. Simply join a pool and answer questions like, who will make it to the next round? Who will hit the most three-pointers? And then track your results. That's it. Voila. End of story. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. Don't bet on Syracuse. They're not in it, unfortunately. Bet $5 on any college hoops team to win and get $200 in free bets if they do. If they win, you win with promo code TheMMAHour. This week, only at DraftKings. 21 and older. Restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Yeah. Ah, yes. Been looking forward to this. Man's on fire. What do we got? There's anticipation. Ah, wow. That is, wow. You have officially outdone yourself, my friend.
Yeah, this one, a lot of work. I'm having a hard time moving my mouth. The beard.
This is
pretty tight, but
the details here are fantastic. For those just listening to us, because we do have audio listeners as well, you're missing out. What are we wearing here? We're wearing a traditional Irish garb. Is it fair to call this? You got the bow tie too. I didn't even notice the bow tie because of the microphone.
This is the whole deal here. We got
wow.
The bow tie. We got our green beads, the leprechaun beard, the Kanye Stronger glasses, but they're little shamrocks.
Wow, is that a real thing? Is that a real Kanye? What is that? I've never even heard of that.
You never seen the
music video?
Music video? Yeah, he wears these. They're terrible glasses. Like, you can't see anything. It almost gives you a headache, like, immediately. But we'll sacrifice for St. Patrick's Day. We'll lose them once we get into the picks.
Where do you get this outfit?
This was Amazon, typically Party City, but this was like an Amazon like package deal for St. Patrick's Day to get you ready.
The Brian Scalabrine.
Yeah, how about that? Shout out to the GOAT.
Where did you get that?
I've had this one for a while.
You've had a Scalabrine jersey?
Oh yeah, I mean the legend, bro. The Red Mamba.
Red Mamba, legend. I listen to his radio show every morning with Frank Isola, NBA, Sirius XM NBA radio. He's great. Wow,
all over the place with this beard.
No, I mean it happens.
Yeah, we sadly the Joe Duffy poster didn't get in time. We were gonna.
Wow, Irish. I didn't even think you knew who Joe Duffy was.
Come on, man. On St. Patrick's Day, we all know who Joe Duffy is.
Irish Joe.
Irish Joe, man. We were really going to pay homage to him.
Wow. Connor, of course, up there, the infamous moment at Madison. Yep. I mean, I'm actually blown away that you had a Brian Scalabrine jersey.
Oh, yeah. I've had it for a while. I usually wear it like every St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, that's your thing? I can't believe they sell that. I mean, I guess at the teams, this is amazing. I mean, I just want to revel in this. By the way, how much time do you give yourself in the outfit? Like, when do you put this on? Because when I see you before, you're not wearing it. So when do you get changed?
There was a lot of moving parts. I mean, we don't have to get changed. It's just going on top of what I wear into the office. This one we cut a little close.
Why? Did the shipment just come in?
No. I mean, like we cut a little close, literally right here. A lot of moving parts.
I mean, we were on time.
To see if the Joe Duffy poster was there.
Right.
Unfortunately, it wasn't. In all actuality, the printer ran out of ink. That's Joe Duffy.
God.
Right. Yeah. So.
More people in the office now. More people using.
Yeah, more people using the cartridges, man.
Yeah.
We're out of ink. So
I mean,
usually like 10, 15 minutes. I kind of see you wrapping up the prior interview.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is amazing. Well, are you a big St. Patty's Day guy?
I enjoy it. Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm just a big holiday guy.
Yeah. Clearly,
I'll do the green beers and everything.
You will do it.
Oh yeah.
And where do you get green beers?
I mean, you just get like a light beer and you have like a green dye. We don't overcomplicate
so you will put the dye in the beer. The beer.
Yeah.
Just staring at your beard. And will you go out and about? I mean, there's parties around town, New York City. I always see people.
Yeah, it's big in New York City. I'm going to do something on Saturday. Saturday's going to be a great day.
Why Saturday, not tomorrow?
I got work to do tomorrow, you know?
Okay.
Saturday, I can just enjoy the whole day. I feel like the city's really going to embrace it on Saturday. I got all the ingredients. I'm going to start my morning with an English breakfast, and then come high noon, and it'll be fight time.
Now, you know that... like the English breakfast, like that has nothing to do with St. Patrick's Day, right?
I know that. The English breakfast is for
the fights, okay.
For the fights. It'll give me a European feel to start the day, and then we carry on with St. Patrick's.
That's fair. Wow. Well, I mean, this is great. I've never really actually one year I was in, you know what? You'll appreciate this. I was in Savannah, Georgia.
I had a feeling you were going to say this. Yeah,
yes.
I've been there a few times. It's pretty crazy. They used to dye the river green.
Yes.
It's a big deal down there. Yeah, it's fun.
You know why I was there? I was working TV production at the time, and I was working for Spike TV on a major league eating event in Savannah, Georgia during St. Patrick's Day. So we had a whole huge setup on that like boardwalk area. And I went, I was with Kobayashi. I was with this one dude who ate like 15 eggs in his room before the event. And so I got to experience, it smelled really bad. Like it just smelled like stale beer everywhere. I don't drink. But that's a memory. I think that's, I don't think I've ever been to.
MLE on Spike TV.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. I used to have a major league eating game for the Wii, and you would load up and eat it. Yeah.
Really? I didn't even know they made one. Yeah. I worked a few of their events, one in Las Vegas as well. By the way, speaking of Georgia, a listener sent me a message saying that he had a bone to pick with you because on Monday you said you were going for Gonzaga all the way. But is it not true that Gonzaga is playing Georgia State this weekend, first round of the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, you mentioned that. I'm not a Georgia State guy. I graduated from the University of Georgia. The school I went to before that, Georgia Southern. Rivals for Georgia State. # Southern not state. # who's the real GSU. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. Is it?
But you don't ride with the state. You don't ride with the state.
No. Okay. It is a good school though. I did a summer class there, so technically
you have some allegiances.
I am an alumni.
Okay.
Yeah, if you ever attend the school, you're an alumni.
Sorry about Matt Olson, by the way.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
It's more.
Congrats on Matt Olson.
Yeah.
Sorry about Freddie Freeman.
I
screwed that up.
Chapman, congrats.
Yeah.
Baseball talk here.
Yeah. People flocking in. Okay, what do we got? London, let's go.
Oh my goodness, this beard is.
I mean, you could pull it down.
We're eating it here. I'm trying to pull it down, but it's connected to the hat, and I always am like, "Well, this hat is great," and then I forget I got to put the headphones on, big bulky headphones. So.
By the way, hold that thought.
Yeah. What are we getting here? Water, butternut squash.
Got the soup right
gotta
here.
get the
I mean, I actually am counting down I count down the minutes. I'm like, I need that soup. It's my favorite segment just for the soup.
Yep. Yeah.
Is it even warm anymore?
It's not warm. It's dare I say lukewarm at best.
Drink it still like a cup of coffee.
Well, what do you want me to do? Sit here with a spoon? No one wants to see that. So you just drink it like a drink. By the way, no difference between this and a cup of water.
Except it's a thick butternut porridge.
Not only that,
There you go.
but with chunks of apple in it as well. Very nutritious.
Yeah, I didn't have the apple when I had it on this past weekend.
I actually found out today that my cholesterol is a little bit high.
I actually suffer from high cholesterol as well.
What do you do to combat it? It's the first time I've heard about this.
Oh, wow. You're one of the lucky ones. You're almost 40. I heard about it when I was like 25. You got to cut back on the cheese, dairy, red meats. Yeah, all high in everything. Anything that is good, it's high in cholesterol. Ice cream, all that stuff.
I wonder if butternut squash is...
Probably. It's probably a creamier based soup.
Yeah. This might be my last cup.
No. Creature habit. You'll have it on Monday.
All right, what do we got? Enough dilly-dallying here. We need some picks.
Let's do it. Let's do some picks. Let's start it off. I got, what do I got? I got 5 singles for you and 2 quick parlays. We'll start it off with the first single. Nathaniel Wood. I grabbed this line very early on. Shout out to Best Fight Odds Notifications on Twitter. I got it in right at minus 210. So I'll lay 2.1 units to win 1 on that. Vince Morales is coming in on short notice on this one. Wood.
Wow, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, delayed reaction here.
Sorry, I was checking the phone real quick. Wow, that is something.
Yeah, we're going all out here. Let
me tell you something. If you're listening to the pod, you're missing out on all these little details.
If you're listening on the pod, you're going to have to just go back and watch the video at this point. I mean, we're really bringing top-notch stuff here. Wood, former Cage Warriors champ. I think he's just going to be faster on the feet, throws more volume. Morales, he will have the power advantage, and I honestly think that's really his only path to victory is to knock Wood out. I think if it stays standing, Wood's going to be able to outpoint him if he doesn't get knocked out. If it goes to the ground, I think he's got the clear advantage there. He doesn't do it often, but he's able to mix in the takedowns, and when he does get it to the ground, he's got an actual serious sub-threat. I mean, that's how he got his first 3 wins in the UFC. So I think he's going to have the speed advantage, the volume advantage on the feet if he can avoid getting KO'd early on from Morales. I think he's going to be able to win by decision or, if it does go to the ground, maybe even get a submission. So I like Nathaniel Wood in this spot.
Okay.
We'll keep it rolling. Jack Shore, another one that I jumped in on last week. This line is coming crashing.
Jack Shore is an underdog?
I took it at plus 154. I'm seeing it as close to even odds now. I mean, people are feeling good about Jack Shore. That's kind of what I said. When I saw it at the price that it was, I think I took this like a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. I mean, I know this is the toughest test to date. I mean, Believe is good, but Jack Shore, he's undefeated as a pro, obviously 15-0. He was also undefeated as an amateur. Combined, he's 27-0. He's been fighting for a decade, and he has yet to lose a fight. I will gladly back someone like that at plus 154. Believe, also great. He's 18-2, though technically he's 18-3. He lost to Trevin Jones, but it got counted as a no contest because Trevin Jones tested positive for marijuana. Still got knocked out in that fight. He's still caught an L. It just doesn't go onto his record. To the actual fight. Sure, he's bigger here. He's going to have a size advantage, 2-inch height, 4-inch reach. Hopefully that's going to play out well in the striking exchanges, but I think Believe's going to have the edge there. Where I think Shore can get it done is in the wrestling. He's got multiple takedowns in every single one of his UFC fights. If he gets to the ground, I mean, it becomes his world. He can go for the subs. He can go for the ground and pound and just wear on Believe. And I think that's what he's going to be able to do. I think he's going to be able to get this to the ground. I think he's going to be able to sneak out a close decision. Like Believe, if it stays standing, Jack Shore probably in trouble. Believe he mixing the kicks really well, goes to the body. He's slick on the feet, but I think Jack Shore's going to take this to the ground. I think he's going to be able to sneak out a close decision. I like him at dog odds.
That's tremendous on your part to get those.
I never did it before we started this, but now I'm kind of doing look-aheads now. I started looking at a few events in the future, see if there's some odds that I like.
Let's see what he's at right this second. He's a plus 100 right now, so.
I mean, I will take that differential. Yeah. Next up, Gunnar Nelson. He's back. I'm taking him inside the distance at minus 135. Don't love the current price tag. Minus 400, minus 450. We've got this long layoff. We've seen him get chinned before. Sato, he's got good knockout power. But here's the thing. It's just like that Ramiz Brahimaj fight a couple weeks ago against Michael Gilmore. How does Gunnar Nelson win? almost exclusively by submission, 6 straight, and 7 of his 8 wins in the UFC have come by submission. How does Takashi Sato lose? Last 3 losses come by submission. Last time out, Miguel Baeza gets his first submission win ever, and it's over Sato. I mean, it's clearly a weakness of his. Like I said, don't really want to pay the minus 400 on Gunnar, especially on a 2.5-year layoff. So why not take the sub prop? I think that's how he's going to win. Well, I went to go take it. Sub prop is minus 125. Can get the inside the distance at minus 135. That's such a minute difference. We'll cover the bases just in case if he were to, do like some sort of ground and pound or something like that. So I think if he does win, I think he wins by submission. So I'll take this at the shorter price than what he's going at for the money line.
Been a while since we've seen Gunnar.
Been a while, man.
Years.
So that's why I'm kind of hesitant on the
injuries,
on the big price tag.
Yeah,
but
short notice, change of opponents.
Yeah, if he comes out and implements his game plan, what he does best, I think he gets it done by submission.
I agree.
Next up, Arnold Allen.
Oh wow, the dog, huh?
Yeah,
so 10-fight winning streak. He's underdog.
I saw this one last week as well. This one is stayed pretty much at even odds. Saw it at plus 105. Jumped on it. This is one of those fights. We said it on Monday, man. You just don't really want to see either guy lose. I think it's going to be such a close fight. I think it's going to be a coin flip. This isn't one that I'm just overly confident in. Allen's a lock, anything like that. I think it's going to be a really close fight. But at dog odds, like you just said, what is he, 8-0 in the UFC? He's undefeated. He's yet to catch a loss in the UFC. You like backing dog odds at that price. Dan Hooker, he's also coming down to featherweight. He was 3-3 prior in the UFC at featherweight. He's obviously going to be the bigger guy. He's typically the bigger guy at lightweight, so he's obviously going to have a size advantage at featherweight. And if this stays at range, if Dan Hooker just does what he wants with the kicks and everything, then Arnold's probably cooked. Hooker will just piece him apart at range. But I think because of the size disparity, I think Arnold Allen knows he's going to have to come in here. That he just can't hang out range. He's going to have to force the pressure. He's going to have to get him up against the cage. He might have to go for some takedowns. He's going to have to make this thing dirty. It's not going to be able to just be a standing, come in, come out, striking affair. I think he's going to have to make it dirty like that, and I think he knows that that's what he's have to do. So I think he does implement that game plan. If he doesn't, he's probably cooked, like I said, but I'm going to trust him to implement the game plan to get it done, and I think he will, so I'll take him at plus 105.
Man, what a win. At that
it'd
point,
be crazy.
I know that Dan Hooker isn't a top contender at 45. He's a big name at 55, dropping down again. But it's got to be a big fight next. It's got to be, I don't know, a contender. It has to be, right?
If he gets a win?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, yeah.
The problem with Arnold Allen is his inactivity. He has bad luck. He gets it. He can't be fighting once a year. He'd have to come back. What is it, March? We need a big fight in July or August after this, if this comes to fruition right here. So,
it's going to be close, man. It's going to be close. Also, hometown kid, could be a razor-close decision. Could come into play with the judges. You never know.
Yeah.
Undefeated, 8-0 in the UFC. Opponent coming down a weight class. Not sure how he's going to look. So, I'll take the guy at slight dog odds with all that going for him.
Okay.
Next up, we mentioned all these on Monday, but next up in the main event, Tom Aspinall. I took him at plus 125. Another super close fight. Wanted it on the action.
I'm surprised with these. Oh, by the way, yes, it's changed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. I think he's minus 130 right now.
Yeah.
If anybody needs these tickets, I'm happy to show them. Because I was just like you. I was a little bit surprised seeing these lines. It's going to be really close. Aspinall, he's looked great so far in the UFC, but this is obviously a big-time jump. This is going to be his toughest test to date. We talked about it on Monday. If he gets the win here, he's going to skyrocket. It's like Volkov is he's a very good litmus test to see just how good you are. With Aspinall, man, he's fast. We know he's capable of those big finishes. He's quick. He's always moving. He's kind of like that, the Cyril Gane, the new revolution at heavyweight, and that's kind of what I think he needs to do here. Implement the game plan that Cyril Gane had against Volkov. Just constantly moving, bring the volume, be aggressive, expect it to go long. Aspinall, he's usually out of there quick. Volkov, much more durable. Biggest test. I think he needs to come in here not expecting to get a first-round finish and, be prepared to go all 25 minutes if he has to. If we start seeing, round 3, if he's breathing through the mouth looking really gassed, then we might be in trouble because we've seen Volkov. He can go for days. He's got the cardio. So I think it's going to be, another razor-thin fight, just like the last 2, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if either of them went either way. But like you said on Monday, I do think Aspinall has a very bright future ahead of him. I do think he's the real deal. So I will ride with the Aspinall train here and think that he gets it done against Volkov.
I don't like to play MMA math, not my thing. But I do feel, I mean, like, let's be honest, Volkov has fought a who's who, Bellator heavyweight champ, blah, 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 has wins over the likes of Alistair Overeem, look really good. I would argue maybe his best performance was against Overeem last year. Going the distance with Greg Hardy, to me, will always kind of be a stain on his record, you know?
Yeah, you think he should have got the finish?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So,
I mean, we're going to see, man. We're going to see. We're going to find out a lot of things about Tom Aspinall on Saturday. I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be awesome. I think this
body shot.
Goes.
It's going to be a body shot.
That's what you're saying, body shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I am taking your word for it. You're the one who really hyped me up on him.
Okay. All right. We'll see.
No, I'm just kidding. I already had the ticket anyway.
All right.
Those are the singles. Okay. Got 5 of them. I actually added one more during the show or just before the show. It's Krylov Craig doesn't go the distance. I took that at minus 186. 51 of their 54 combined pro fights haven't gone the distance. So that's an additional one that I have. But
that's
those are the
stat.
ones. Yeah, pretty insane stat. So I figured I'd just jump on board at minus 186. The parlays. Let's get into those.
Let's.
First one, Nathaniel Wood. Already explained that. Got him at worse odds here for the parlay, obviously. Didn't get him at the minus 210. Second leg, Sergey Pavlovich over Shamil. Shamil, he's been finishing his last 4 fights by strikes.
Did you just call him Shamil Shamil?
No. I was just saying his first name. I'm not even going to I'm not even going to go for it on the last name. We didn't go over the names before the show. I'm not even going to take this
Abdurakhimov.
You said it, not me. Pavlovic, huge hitter. Big, heavy hands. First round knockouts in his last 3 wins. 84-inch reach. 8 inches here over Shamil. I think he's going to finish him early, so I'll parlay him up with Nathaniel Wood. Pays out at minus 115. Next one. Here it is, the hand sanitizer.
Oh, wow.
2 guys going up against each other.
I mean, this is a troll parlay if I've ever seen one.
Dude, this has been in for weeks as well.
Oh, has it? Really?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yes, like
I thought you actually did it on purpose.
No, I kid you not. I saw that yesterday. I was like, wow.
What are the chances?
2 guys for my biggest bet for UFC London here. Yeah, so I just think Topuria, I think it's just going to be too much to handle for Herbert, even at 155. I know Herbert's going to have a huge size advantage, and it might take a minute for Topuria to feel it out, to adjust for the size, but I think he's just going to be able to close the distance. I think eventually he's going to break it down, KO him, standing up against the cage, or take him down. We've seen how good he is at grappling. I just think Topuria is elite. Jai Herbert is not. And yeah, I think Topuria has a super bright future, so I think he gets it done. Paddy, I think it's going to be a super exciting fight, but I think he ultimately gets the finish on Vargas. He's really not defensively sound, so I'm sure Vargas might land a couple shots on him, and eventually that might make Paddy pay at some point in his career, but I don't think that this is the time that he ends up paying. I think he's going to have the age, the size, the skill advantage. Crown's going to be going absolute bananas for him. So I think he gets Vargas out of there. And then the last one, we're just adding on Makayev, taking it at a shorter price.
Muhammad Makayev.
You said it, not me, man. Yeah, super duper hype prospect there. I'm just going to trust in the hype. 2-time IMMAF world champion, 23-0 as an amateur, 5-0 as a pro. I'm taking it separate. I'm not just going super heavy on the 3 legs, just in case, you know, if it's a welcome to the UFC moment, grown man versus a guy who's 21 years old. I wouldn't be beyond shocked, but I do trust Makayev to get it done here.
Yeah, I do too.
I think you do too, yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
I can't read. That's minus 300?
When I took him, he was minus 290. That pays at plus 121.
Yeah, right now he's minus 350. All right, here we go. London calling, na 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 na, yeah, na 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 na.
I'm going to post my English breakfast. I want anyone who's in England to just absolutely grill me.
Not literally grill you, because I would imagine there's maybe some grilling involved with the sausages. Now, is this going to be homemade, or are you going to order
Homemade.
Wow, do you have the sausage yet?
Yes.
You got it.
Sausage links, yep. I got mushrooms, I got tomatoes, I got the beans, I got...
Are there eggs involved?
Yeah, eggs, toast and tea.
Black pudding?
No, I couldn't find any black pudding, but I talked to a real Englishman over Twitter, Lucrative MMA. We featured him on the show on Monday.
Yeah.
He was like, black pudding's not that serious. It's all about the bacon, the sausage, the eggs, the beans, all that.
Is the sausage pork?
I got pork, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what the
and
traditional
what kind of bacon
one
is it again?
What kind of bacon?
It's the back bacon. I did the I looked up everything. They said
what is that?
back
Why is that significant, Frank?
You know, it's important.
I didn't know that there was a difference. There's different sides of the, I guess, the pig that you can get.
I think so, yeah. That's at least what Google told me.
So you got the back.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Canadian bacon.
I always thought Canadian bacon was ham.
Yeah, I guess it kind of looks like ham.
What do you like? What's your favorite bacon, Frank?
I like it all.
You don't have a preference?
No.
You don't have a side. You don't have a back bacon, underbelly.
Maple bacon.
Not at all.
Oh man.
I don't like maple bacon. Actually.
Oh, I love.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Why? It's
hard pass.
sweet. No.
I don't. Yeah, the whole sweet thing. Yeah.
Weird. I like turkey bacon. I've never had pork bacon before.
Really?
Yeah, kosher, sort of Jewish.
True.
Well, that's fun. I'm looking forward to this. Okay, so are those the only picks? Because I feel like we're missing one. Well, there's a
Casey Leydon.
Yeah, there's a gentleman's bet. Should we address this or no?
Yeah, let's do it. So
Well, there was a
obviously
big debate,
Casey's,
yeah.
Casey's coming on the show.
Yeah.
And Frank was like, "Are you going to bet on him?" I was like, "There's no way there's going to be a line for that." And Frank's like, "Well, I'll take the heat. I'll take the pressure. I'll do $10 against him." I was like, "Okay, I will smash the $10 here on old EKC and ride with it." And
is this an official bet, Frank?
It's official. We haven't shook on it yet, but
wow. So you are actually going for the other dude. Like, this is the ultimate heel move right here, Frank. I mean, this is
just for the fun of it.
This is for the show.
He's fading Casey.
You're fading Casey, as they say online.
He says it's for the show. It's for his wallet. He thinks he has a winner here.
By the way, I can't believe I just typed Casey's name in Tapology to get the details of his fight again. Like, this is a real thing. And by the way, of course, his fighter picture is better than 98% of the guys out there because his wife is one of the all-time legends in terms of combat photography. So of course he's going to have a tremendous photo. So just for the record, Fritz Frauendorf is your pick, Frank. Is there something
That's
in
right.
particular about his fighting style that you're a fan of?
yeah, the way that he throws his punches.
Okay.
Let's have some fun here. The Tapology votes. 22 votes from the Tapology community. 82% Leydon, 18 for Fritz.
Wait, how do I do this? I want to do this.
22% by knockout for Leydon, 17 by submission, 56 by decision. I kind of like the decision prop there,
How can I just do this right now, or do I have to sign up or something?
Yeah, you got to have an account. You got to be tapped in, as they say.
Come on, Tapology. Verdict MMA should do something for this too. We should go all in.
I would love that, yeah.
If we're being honest, DraftKings should already have a lineup, just in solidarity.
Yo, wow. Casey has weighed in and cannot believe that Frank is betting against Frank Rebuttal's best bet.
Wow. See, there was a part of me that thought, okay, maybe Casey's not watching at this point. He'll miss this, and Frank will feel, I don't know, weird about it. He's actually leaning in.
Cash or check, Frank, whichever one works, man. Venmo, Cash App, Zelle.
Why would you do this, Frank? I mean, I always thought that you were a team guy. You're a foxhole kind of guy.
There's a lot you don't know about Frank.
There's no I in team unless you look in the a-hole.
I don't even know what that means. This is incredible. Okay, so to recap, forget about Muhammad Mokaev, forget about Paddy, forget about nothing on Molly, huh?
Oh, man, I thought about it and I missed out on, she was an underdog just like the other people that I took, and I almost took her and I didn't, and then I missed out on the line. I was like, I don't love it enough to take the plunge now after looking at it at better odds.
Nothing on Aspen. None of that. None of that matters. Forget about all of it.
No, I do have something on Aspinall.
No, I know. I was trying to go with forget.
It's all forgotten.
This is the most important bet of the weekend. It is GC versus Mysterious Frank. To recap, and it's just straight up, right?
Yeah, $10. So that's 0.2 units.
0.2 units
on EKC Leydon. It'll be on the recap.
By the way, Fritz Frauendorf doesn't even seem like a real name. Okay, I'm not too impressed.
Fritz Frauendorf.
Okay, has no information here. I bet you. Let me tell you something. I bet you Casey's information is all up to date. Yeah, he's got everything. He's got the height. He's got the born. We don't have the age.
We need a reach on him.
Fighting out of Inglewood, up to no good, California, by way of, I think, Mississippi. This dude's fighting out of Burbank. I mean, no one fights out of Burbank. They only make movies out of Burbank.
Speaking of movies, I think this guy has an IMDb.
Come on. He's an actor? Even easier. Fritz Frauendorf. He does. Wait, he's a director.
Wow.
How did you know this?
I'm Googling him just like you are.
Oh, and I was just looking at Tapology.
Screenwriter and film director. Yeah, I'm on his LinkedIn now.
Yeah, Fritz Louis Frauendorf is a writer, director, and occasional actor from New York City, known for Take Me Out, Reattachment, Hello, spelled HE110, growing up across the United States. Oh, I thought that was the name. Fritz found a diploma. Okay, wow, okay. Two media guys going toe-to-toe. This is fun.
So he's going to have the age advantage.
Oh, he's got his Instagram here, too.
Seems to be a younger guy.
Let's see what's on the Instagram.
But you can't trade out the experience.
510 followers, easy win.
Yeah, fighting ability is based directly off of...
yeah. Actually, some of the stuff here on the Instagram, pretty impressive looking. I mean, he's no Casey. All right.
I have no doubt that Fritz is a great guy.
Yeah, great guy. Never met him.
Never plan to, but no. we ride with Casey.
Definitely not. Let me tell you something. If the impossible happens and Frank wins this bet, there is no chance Fritz Frauendorf will ever be featured on this program.
I was going to say, is Fritz coming on the MMA Hour on Monday if he wins?
No. We're fully biased. First time ever I could admit biased.
First time ever. Love it.
Good luck. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Frank, you've disappointed us all for the last time. But mostly I think you've disappointed Casey. I mean, you work like pretty much in tandem with him. So the least you could do is support the guy. But alas, that's not going to happen. Now, all right. Thank you very much to GC. Thanks to Frank as well. But more of them probably to come because, my friends, it's time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It's time to let our hair down. It's time to end at least our week the best way possible. It's time to shoot in an unfiltered, unbiased,
Q&A, MMA fans.
Authentic, real.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man
I was looking for a better word, couldn't find one. Here I am, once again, torn to pieces. Can't deny it, can't pretend.
And now,
thought you were the one.
Get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
ArielHelwani.substack.com is where you can get the questions. You can follow along if you will. Click on the comments. Go to chronological. And let's answer some questions about anything and everything in the world of MMA. By the way, have to give another special shout out to Joe in the back over there. This is now 4 straight shows, sans headache. I feel like we figured out what was wrong. There was a freaking laser beam on my brain, and usually by the time we got to this segment, I was cooked. Like cooked. Done. Don't feel it. Hope I'm not jinxing myself, but I feel pretty happy about this. Frank, you can hit the music. Cubano is back on top. He is first up. Hola, Ariel. With Khabib's induction to the UFC Hall of Fame under the modern wing, how would you fill out the rest of this year's class? Modern wing, Khabib, pioneer wing, blank, contributor wing, blank, fight wing, blank. Personally, I'd absolutely love to see Bruce Buffer get inducted into the contributor wing. Give the man his roses while he's still performing. Viva Helwani. I like that one. That goes back to what I was saying earlier about Coleman, this, that. We need to celebrate people while they're still alive just as much as we would if they unfortunately passed. Yeah, throw Bruce in there. He predates Zuffa. By the way, if they want to go like full get buzz for all of this, you'd put Rogan in there too. I mean, Rogan's going to make it at some point. He predates Zuffa, but I like this. That's a good one. So Buffer in the contributor wing. Can we go Jens Pulver in the pioneer wing once and for all? Can we get Little Evil in there? What's taking so long? I'm not going to go too crazy with Frank Shamrock because I know the politics, but Pulver's cool. They're all friends. Get Pulver in there for the fight wing. Why don't we go with a lot of the recent fights have been in there. I'll tell you the first one that just popped into my mind was Pat Barry versus Czech Congo. But I don't think they'll do that because Czech Congo is still an active member of the Bellator roster. Because he just retired, what about Robbie Lawler versus Carlos Condit? UFC 195, one of the best fights that I ever saw. It happened now 6 years ago, insanely so. What about Condit versus Lawler? That was a great fight. Lawler versus Rory. So those are my picks. Are we doing we're doing the counters there, right? The questions? There it is. Yeah. Persian Apothecary? Hello. 2 things. Normally I wouldn't clarify, but my mother asked me to inform you that my salutation last week wasn't Allahu Akbar. I said Allah U'aba, which is a Baha'i way of saying hello. My apologies. Do you know the details of the monster sponsorship with the UFC? It seems like no one drinks the stuff from the commentators to the post-fight interviews. All the cans seem empty and any sips seem staged. I mean, they're sponsors. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if the sips are real or not. By the way, shout out to Monster. Very present in the middle of the cage. Also, Octagon. Also, Bellator. Like they're, say what you will about Hans Molenkamp, who drew the ire of one Dominic Cruz. One of the few sponsors that are very present in UFC and Bellator. So, I think there's something to be said for that, right? That's pretty cool to have good relationships with both and, being able to sponsor both. But other than that, I mean, they're just a big sponsor, nothing more. Bonjour, Lord Ariel from Matmo. This isn't really a question, but I've heard you express reservations about getting laser eye surgery in the past, and I'd like to reassure you. As someone who had done it in the past, whose life it changed immensely, I feel like I must encourage you to reconsider. The procedure is literally 5 seconds long. That's it. And completely painless and non-invasive. If you go the LASIK route, opposed to the PRK route, you literally stare at a red light for a few seconds and boom, your vision is cured for the rest of your life. Wow. For a couple grand, it's totally worth it. Plus, when you take your glasses off, you look like a taller, more jacked version of Vin Diesel. Long live the man of Helwani. Really? Wow. I didn't know that. I mean, I had no glasses for many years. No one told me I looked like Vin Diesel before all of that. Trey, thank you, though. I will consider it. Shalom. 3 quick things from Trey. I'm surprising my wife with a trip to New York City in May. That's awesome. What are the chances I could get a pic with you and or G Sizzle while I'm here? Yeah, I think, Connor, are you available for a picture?
Stand by 1 second.
Oh, I won't be. I mean, Frank, can you be the third option?
Absolutely not.
Big congrats on cutting that string. Yes, we cut it. Breaking news, cut it. To the other people starting their questions with Shalom, I'm charging royalties, so pay up. Yes, you could get a photo with us. Excuse me. You could get a photo. It's all that butternut squash. You could get a photo with us. I suppose you can stop by the studio. You can't come in, but it's fairly easy to find where it is.
You pay for all the travel to get here, Wool.
No, he says he's going to be here.
Oh.
He'll be here with his wife. From where, I don't know, but he wanted a photo with you specifically, he said. Where were you just now? Just getting undressed? Changed?
Listen, I'm not going to break the fourth wall, but me and Frank are doing some magic work back here. It's just us two. It's the wild, wild west right now.
What is happening?
We can get into it after the show.
All right.
I'm manning the counter right now. I'll say that.
There's no problem if you're concerned.
No.
Okay.
Can I get a shot of the...
It's on Twitter.
It's on Twitter? Can we go to the... Is everyone okay?
I said there's no problems.
I mean, can we get a shot of, like, I want to see this. You can cut to it, no? Or is that too much?
We'll figure something out.
All right. Hugo knows. NBA question this week. Ever since NBA signed with Nike, they have been lenient on teams. When what to wear on the court. I'm a Lakers fan. I hate seeing us. Oh, I hate this. By the way, so he's asking about like the whites. Did you see this? I think it was the Thunder versus the Grizzlies. They were both wearing white. Did you guys see that? Did you see that, GC? They were both wearing white. I mean, this is a travesty.
Sorry, I was getting settled back here. I didn't hear what
Did you see that? It was Grizzlies against Thunder, and they both got on the floor, and they're both wearing white.
Yeah, classic.
I mean, enough of this. I grew up in a time, in my day, it was darks on the road, white at home, and that's it. None of this third jersey, fourth jersey, alternate jersey, city jersey nonsense. I actually kind of low-key hate the fact that in hockey, it's darks at home, light on the road. Back in the day, it was light at home, darks on the road. Can we just stick to two jerseys? Enough of this. So yes, I hate all of it. I hate when the Knicks wear orange. Sometimes they wear green. They're going to wear green I hate all of that. No, it's white at home, clean. It's blue, orange on the road. That's it. Enough already. It's getting to be crazy. And that should be the nail in the coffin right there to this whole Meshuggah. Enough. Two teams wearing white. What's going on? It's too complicated. Josiah. Hello, Lord Helwani. Thank you for all you do for the sport, bringing the best MF show with the best MF host every week. Respect. My roommate and I recently started a podcast. You're a great inspiration, so thank you for that. We have our first fighter coming on the show. Do you have any tips for interviewing, working with guests? I mean, be professional early on. Don't keep them on very long. Leave them happy and wanting more. Ask some unique questions. See what they've talked about recently. So you're not asking the same stuff. Don't go with the same stuff. Like, how's the training camp? How's this? You notice, like, we don't talk, like, I don't even think I asked Matt Brown a single question about Bryan Barberena. I don't think I asked Molly a single question about Luana Carolina. I mean, I asked about, like, fighting Brazilians. Didn't talk too much about Jai Herbert. Just switch it up. Don't go with the same old, same old. If you have time, I have an MMA question as well. Sean O'Malley has said he wants to fight on the Phoenix card, but I heard Dana say he's not going to be able to. Do you know why that did not work? No idea. But it would make sense. That card's in May. I'm guessing they're probably keeping him for July fight week, International Fight Week, but I don't know. Kareem, hey, Ariel, can you please try and get Alfonso Davies on your Thursday podcast? I would love that. No, New York Rick just said, did you just try to say Meshuggah when you mean Meshuggah? It's kind of the same. Meshuggah is crazy. Meshuggah is like a mess. I think they're both acceptable, if you ask me. Don't be coming out here with the Hebrew police, all right? Alfonso Davies is the man. It's crazy what happened to him post-COVID. I hope he gets well soon, and I hope he's able to lead Canada to the World Cup trophy in November. Can we get a womp womp for a World Cup happening in November, please? Yeah, I mean, what is that all about? World Cup in November? World Cup should be happening this summer. What the hell's going on? Anyway, I'm super psyched. I hope Canada makes it. First time since 1988. Okay? It's a big deal. Enough. Let's go. But I know the fans of Bayern Munich want to see him back and healthy. We don't care about them. We just want him to be healthy for Canada. I'd love to talk to him. Israel D, good morning from Idaho. Is there any chance that Dana would accept Jake Paul's challenge and let Conor and Jake fight in the UFC? It sounds like a win-win for the UFC and would be big pay-per-view numbers. Of course he would, but I also know Dana probably doesn't want to look like he's bending the knee. So Dana was on Logan Paul's podcast. I think it came out yesterday, Impulsive, which is super interesting, right? Because of all the stuff with Jake Paul and Dana. But Logan told us, he's friends. Here's the thing. They didn't ask him like super hard questions about fighter pay and all that. I maintain that Dana likes Jake Paul. I maintain that Dana would want to do business with Jake Paul. I maintain that we are closer than ever. This is how the Mayweather thing started, to this fight actually happening. Now, does it ultimately happen? No, but I believe it is more of a thing than it was 6-8 months ago. Conor responding to the tweet, Dana talking about it, not closing the door, talking weight and all this stuff. This would be the biggest fight in combat that can be made right now. It will do well over 2 million buys. And you could just see the interest building. You can see the wheels turning. You can see people starting to warm up to it, the important people. So again, I'm not saying it's happening, it's not happening. I'm just saying we continue to inch closer to it happening. Inch closer, appearance here, a question there, an answer there, an open door here. I feel like it's because, and then to me, the biggest thing was Conor directly responding, because in the past, he always ignored. Interviews always deflected, but here he's responding. I mean, in an MMA fight, a back-to-back MMA boxing would be just gigantic. Will the UFC be willing to pay Jake Paul what he's making in boxing? I mean, they could afford it. Do they want to set that precedent? I don't know. Would they want to work with Nikisa Bedarian, who's his business partner over at MVP, Most Valuable Promotions? I mean, he's a former employee. You would think they'd be able to. If everyone puts their ego aside, there's just a gigantic amount of money to be made. Now, we do dismiss the size. Jake fights at around 190. Conor, just barely makes 170. That's significant. It's really significant, but I just feel like we are closer than ever. Now, when I say closer than ever, do I mean we're on the goal line? No. We might be on the 5-yard line as opposed to being in the end zone just starting off, but I feel like there's something happening here. That's all I'll say. I feel like we are inching being the operative word, ever so slowly. And I don't believe for a second that Dana wouldn't do business with Jake or Logan for that matter. I mean, he seems to be cool with Logan, but I don't believe for a second that he wouldn't do this fight. For a second. Hi, Ariel. Question for the wannabes. What's the best way to build rapport with managers? I feel those relationships are just as important than the ones with the athletes themselves. To a degree, yes. That's why I've always said, like, if you ever want to unionize the fighters, go after the managers, not the fighters. There's like 10 managers in the game. Easier to conquer that ground. If you're a journalist, how often do you talk to managers, PR specialists outside of booking interviews? Also, this is interesting. New York Rick isn't following me on Twitter either. Must be the glitch. Wow. It's great.
Hashtag stop the glitch.
Yeah, stop the glitch. That's right. Hashtag stop the glitch. I think it's very important to have great relationships with everyone in the sport. So managers, fighters, coaches, training partners, family members, officials, promoters, referees, judges, anyone that you can meet, it's great to keep in contact. And one big thing about managers and fighters and anyone that you're covering, it's very important to not reach out only when you need something. If you're the kind of reporter that's only going to reach out when you need something, you are not going to get things when you're looking for them. It has to be a two-way street. You have to treat people like human beings. So sometimes it's okay to just reach out. Sometimes it's okay to ask questions and not ask for anything. Sometimes it's okay to have conversations, to call, to check in with no actual motive. That goes a long way. You have to treat people with respect, like a human being. So if you're just hitting up a manager for a scoop and never asking about life, never talking, never taking the time to talk, you're not going to get a lot of stuff. You're not going to get the information that you want, the interviews that you want, the access that you want. So it's important to treat these people like you would a friend. Will Brewer, hey-yo. Much respect. Rest in peace, Scott Hall. As a lifelong wrestling fan, I just wanted to show Reza Ramon, a.k.a. Scott Hall, some love and appreciation. R.I.P. to one of the greats. Man, heartbreaking news. Could you share one of your favorite Razor Ramon, Scott Hall moments or matches? Also, prayers up to Big E. Get well soon, man. Oh, Big E, what a lovely human being. And I hope that he makes a speedy recovery. It seems like he is hopeful that he will. I noticed that he retweeted the Khalil Roundtree video, which I couldn't help but feel like was maybe, impactful for him in that moment. But that was a very, very scary fall and a reminder that we shouldn't dog wrestlers. We should respect wrestlers just because it's quote unquote scripted. What they are doing is very dangerous, very serious. And anyone who just like dismisses it because it's quote unquote scripted is an absolute fool. Exhibit A, Big E, you could go down the line to serious. Like, it's serious. You need to be an athlete. You need to be well trained. You need to take it seriously. You need to be smart. Scary stuff. Razor Ramon was a legend. His vignettes, before he debuted were amazing. I've posted a couple over the last couple of days. They don't do that sort of thing anymore. And like, you really believe that this guy was a Cuban from Miami, and the way he spoke, and just like one time he's at a restaurant, one time he's on the beach. It just built the anticipation to his debut. He was such a cool bad guy. I actually asked Chael if he got the bad guy moniker from him, and he said no. But he told me that Scott Hall like had talked to him about it and like loved that he used that. So he never actually, said otherwise. But he was the original bad guy. He was a cool bad guy, the kind of bad guy that you want to root for. The ladder matches were great. The getup was great. The gimmick was great. He was just the man. And then, of course, he jumps over to WCW, and I'll never forget it. It's in the middle of that match. He's wearing the jean cutoff jacket, takes the microphone, and he goes, "You know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here. Where, oh, where is billionaire Ted? Where, oh, where is the Nacho Man? And where, oh, where is Scheme Gene? Because I got a scoop for him." And the whole premise was the outsiders, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, are coming from New York, from Titan Towers, from Stamford, from WWE, WWF at the time, and they're coming to invade WCW. It was revolutionary stuff. And then he crashes the broadcast. Eric Bischoff and Bobby Heenan were there. And then there's the buildup. Who's the third man? Who's the third man? Then it's Hulk Hogan. It's a New World Order. It was just amazing. And then I remember when he came back to WWE, I was there at WrestleMania 18 in Toronto, Hogan versus Rock. Nash and Hall were involved as well. Just an absolute incredible talent. And you see the outpouring of love and support that he's received. Too young. The first thing I ever did at HBO Sports, I think I've told this story before. I'm sitting in the dub room at HBO Sports. It's 2003, and I'm an intern, and it's probably like my second day there. And the dub room is an area where like they would come in with VHS tapes, beta tapes, and they would watch footage that they would get from different vendors and whatnot. These things probably don't exist. Everything's digital. But I was sitting in this room with the other interns. I'm at a computer. Now, this is like a lifetime ago now. This is 2003. The world is completely different. Technology is different. And they're watching old wrestling footage. Now, I'm at HBO. HBO doesn't air wrestling. Why the hell, in my mind, I'm asking myself, are you watching wrestling? And so I asked the guy who was watching it, and he tells me, he's working on a story about wrestlers. And so I ask, what is it about? And they're doing an investigative story for Real Sports with Brian Gumbel, which is, the creme de la creme when it comes to this stuff, these 60 minutes of sports, the gold standard, in my opinion. They're doing a story on why wrestlers die so young. And this is a big thing. Scott Hall being one of many, 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 many throughout the years who have died very young, just 63. And so I said I had some wrestlers' phone numbers. I was doing a show in Syracuse, so I had a few here and there, Bobby Heenan, this and that. And they let me be involved in the whole process of putting together this segment. So I got to see it put together from soup to nuts. I got to go to Armin Katayan's house, who was the correspondent, who's a TV legend, in Connecticut, before we went to Titan Towers to interview Vince McMahon. I didn't interview him. I was just a schlub along for the ride, PA. And that's the infamous interview where Vince McMahon hits the papers out of Armin Katayan's hands. I was there. I was in the room when this happened. And I'll never forget, it gets very tense because he's asking him about the wrestler deaths. I mean, you could see the clip online. It's a crazy sequence. And I'll never forget, the interview ends and he leaves and he says, "Say hello to Phil Mushnick for me." Phil Mushnick is a longtime New York Post columnist who was very anti-WWF/E. And I guess Vince thought that it was like a hit job. But it was a crazy thing. There's a clip in that story where it's Roddy Piper saying, "I'm just not going to make it to 65. Let's be honest." And he didn't. So yeah, it was a crazy experience. And every time I see another one of these, young wrestlers pass away, I think about that, and it's a horrible thing. The lifestyle is so hard. It's so tough on their bodies that eventually it unfortunately, catches up to them. Nick, what kind of car are you whipping around New York? I have a GMC Acadia and a Buick Enclave. Why? Because both of them are from the same dealer, and they were very nice to me the first time I went there, and I just keep going back. Josiah says, Ariel's the type of guy to use a minivan as an everyday drive, but he still has a supercar he can flex. Nah, I'm not really, I couldn't care less. Could not care less. You want to give me a minivan? Great. I've never cared about cars. I don't really care about cool things like that. If you want to call them cool possessions, not my thing. Hello, Lord Ariel. A Mexicano says, first time asking, but I'll make it quick. 2 things. It's my son's 6th birthday tomorrow. Can you wish him a happy birthday? His name is Hudson. Hudson, happy birthday, my friend. 6. It's a massive, massive number. Well done on making it to 6. I wish you the best. Have a great day and a great, happy, and healthy and successful upcoming year, buddy. And now for my question, how do you feel about Brandon Moreno leaving Entrum Gym to go train with Glory MMA? I mean, I'd like to talk to him about it first, but we've seen this. People lose big fights. Saw it Amanda Nunes. They switched it up. Not the first time, not the last. But I haven't talked to him about the specific reasons. Hi, Ariel. Why does free agency and UFC always lead to the promotion, to the organization consolidating its power? We had a potential AEW moment this year. Multiple stars potentially entering the market at the same time. Izzy decided to stay. You have said that Nathan Francis will also stick around. Maybe. Why is preventing these stars to truly assess their value on the open market? We need strong alternatives. Yeah. Again, as I said, when there's options, when there's a threat, and then they say, okay, we're going to pay you what you deserve or closer to it. When there isn't, you see what happens. But when push comes to shove, more often than not, they'll make it happen. And by the way, there just aren't a ton of great options. For a Kayla, there's a great option in Bellator. For a Nate Diaz, is it really a better option to go to Bellator? Like, who are you fighting there at the moment? Who's Francis fighting there? Who's Izzy fighting there? So, Matt S. Ariel, hope all is well. Thanks for the great shows. Excuse my potential ignorance here, but I was hoping for some color to better understand the Kayla Harrison situation. It's always great to see fighters get paid. That being said, Kayla's social media following is less than many female UFC fighters, and her interviews do average to mediocre numbers. Okay. What is it that makes her command such a high number? Pure dominance? Upside? Potential? 2-time Olympic gold medalist? Most people in the know think she's great. They are right. She is great and will be great. So, and she is someone that you can hang your hat on. She could be the face of your promotion. She could do media. She could get you attention. She has a resume. She has the background. She has the chops. She has the credentials. More importantly, how does PFL expect to profit off of this? Well, that's the big one. They've got a ton of investors. It's a great question. They're not selling a ton of tickets. They've got a lot of sponsors. Women's MMA, with the exception of Ronda, has never been a significant revenue driver. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I mean, there are stars that sell tickets. Rose sell tickets. Joanna sold tickets. Has never been a significant, okay, they currently do not have a woman to create any buzz. When they do inevitably get the Cyborg fight, not 100%, it is either going to cost them another 7-figure deal, or they will have to co-promote and profit share with Bellator. Where's the money to be made on a 7-figure contract? For PFL to have a face, to have someone who's going to, how many PFL fighters do we have on the show months before they fight? They just don't have that many stars. She is a star. She's a leader. She's the face of ATT. She is the face of PFL. She is undefeated. She's an Olympic gold medalist. It's important to have those people on your roster. And she is worth it. She is that damn good. She is incredible. And she will go down as one of the best, in my opinion. Now, the only thing that will preclude her from going down as one of the best is not having the competition to prove that you are one of the best. Kevin Holland's life would make for an excellent reality TV show. I agree. Which other MMA fighters do you think would make for a great reality TV show? God. Derek Lewis. Izzy, for sure. I think Izzy would be a great one. Max. Arnold Allen, for sure. Colby, just joking. I'm kidding. Valentina the Spy. Ty Tuivasa. Happy birthday to Ty. Ollie, what's up, Ariel? Adelaide Crows versus Fremantle Dockers are playing each other in the opening round of the 2022 AFL season. How many points will Fremantle have to win by for your allegiance to be changed? None. It's Adelaide till I die. We fly as one. Question. Who do you think was one of the best up-and-coming UFC fighters of all time that couldn't convert talented to wins and eventually got cut? Wow. Are you a sushi fan? Massive. I love sushi. In fact, when I was talking to Kevin Holland, I kept thinking of sushi and how I really want to have some. Man, couldn't convert talented to wins and eventually got cut. What about, well, Roger Huerta didn't get cut, but he had, high aspirations. There were high hopes for him. So that would be a good one. Oh, Matmo says Olivier Aubin-Mercier. That's a good one. That's a great one. I'm sure there are others that come to mind. Adrian, dear Ariel, greetings from London, Ontario, Canada. You may recall recording a Valentine's Day cameo for my girlfriend who begrudgingly watched the MMA Hour. Since the exceptional quality of the cameo, she has had no choice but to be less begrudging about it. Wow, thank you for that. In return for that cameo, for my birthday yesterday, she has gifted me a 1-year subscription to Helwani Knows. Your cameo is therefore quite literally the gift that keeps on giving. Wow. In the spirit of gift giving, my first ever question is, what is the most memorable birthday gift you have ever received, and what made it so memorable? Wow. That is a tough one. I'll tell you, one of my favorite birthdays was my 33rd birthday. I woke up and I went to JFK Airport to go cover UFC 189. It was Conor versus Chad Mendes. And I was excited to turn 33 because Patrick Ewing is my favorite athlete of all time, and I really wanted to be the age of his jersey. It's a big deal for me. This was my golden birthday. And I'm sitting in JFK at the terminal waiting for my flight to Las Vegas. And all of a sudden, from afar, I see the number one pick of the New York Knicks from the 2015 NBA draft, the pride of Latvia, Kristaps Porzingis. Now, at the time, everyone thought Kristaps was going to be a bust. Stephen A. Smith said they were bamboozled, blah, 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 blah. And I went up to him and I said, Kristaps, don't listen to the haters. Don't listen to Stephen A. You're going to make it. You're going to be a star. And I really thought that was the sign that he was going to be the one to bring us a championship. In fact, I sat in front of him on the plane. He was going out to his first summer league as a Knick, as a rookie. He had just been drafted 16 days prior. And then I got there and we did a bunch of stuff for UFC Tonight, Media Day. And then I met up with one of my good friends, John Beer, and we went to In-N-Out Burger. And Giannis and his brother Thanasis Antetokounmpo, the Antetokounmpo brothers, were in line at In-N-Out. I have a picture with them, and no one recognized them. I took a picture with them. That was super cool. I don't know. It was just a great, memorable day, like meeting all these NBA guys. You're there for a Conor fight. So that was one of my favorite birthdays. That wasn't a present per se, but it just kind of comes to mind. I was thinking what I wanted to do for I'm not a big birthday guy. I don't like birthday. Let me take it back. I don't like to make a big deal out of birthdays. I just like to be thankful, be around friends, family, and then kind of keep it moving. So I'm not a big present guy, birthday guy. I'm sure I got good presents along the way, some nice clothes, whatever, but nothing that really comes to mind. But that 33rd one was a really great one. So, Arash, hey Ariel, just wanted to ask you if you had any updates on the flyweight title picture. Are they waiting it out for Askarov and KKF? And is that a contender fight? I think they'll go with the fourth. Nico, ça va, Ariel? Every sport has its own GOAT debate. When asked about what constitutes the greatest in his sport, chess great Garry Kasparov once identified longevity at the top, level of dominance over peers, and peak performance reached as the main factors. As the greatest in your domain, you're as qualified as anyone to comment on this. In your opinion, and of the sports you follow, which GOAT has the best case and why? I think MJ is the GOAT of basketball. Undefeated in the finals, revolutionized the game, tremendous leader. I don't think that there's a clear-cut GOAT in football. I think some would say Brady, but there's so many different positions. Brady has never played defense. Brady has never kicked. So I don't know if you could call him the GOAT. He might be the best quarterback, but is he the greatest football player of all time? I don't think so. Hockey, Wayne Gretzky in my opinion, is the greatest hockey player of all time, but he never played goalie. So can you definitively say that he is the greatest hockey player of all time? I mean, greatest player, but goalie, no, never played it. Baseball, who's the baseball GOAT? I mean, you can have the greatest pitcher. You could say, oh, it's Sandy Koufax. Oh, it's, I don't know, Walter Johnson. Oh, it's Roger Clemens. But those guys were pitchers. Batters, oh, it's Henry Aaron. It's Willie Mays. It's Mickey Mantle. It's, pick a guy. Barry Bonds. Babe Ruth. Yeah, okay, well, Babe did both. But you get the point. Shohei Ohtani? Not yet. Vladdy Jr.? No. Basketball, why I think that MJ is the GOAT of GOATs is because he does everything. And that's just the structure of the game, so it makes it easier, but he plays defense, he plays offense. There's no position that he doesn't play. Now, can you be super specific and say, well, he doesn't play center? Yeah, fine, but it's all the same. It's not as distinct. So that's why I feel like, you know what? I'm going to pat myself on the back. I actually think that's the best explanation as to why MJ is the GOAT of GOATs. The best explanation I've ever heard, right here and now. Clip it off, send it to First Take. You're welcome. What are some of your most memorable MMA hour moments from Alex Weber that you would recommend someone going back to watch, maybe besides the obvious ones? Connor debut, Blueberries, Lucky Patrick. Also, can we please get Ray Long on the show? Makes sense leading into Aljo's fight at 273. Well, Lewis chimes in. Episode 333 was a crazy one, yes. Just go look it up if you'd like. New York Rick's Ronda comeback fighter one, yes. Rampage Gangnam Style, yes. Overeem's birthday iPad chasing, yes. Anything Dom Cruz from 2016, yes. Bisping 2. GSP Women Dinosaurs Violence of the Octagon, yes. GSP in studio after he beat Bisping was great. Khabib in studio the Monday before 223, great. Quinta that following Monday after that whole crazy weekend was great. I mean, there's just been so many. Man, there's been so many. Those early Connor ones were great. The Rampage ones were great. I mean, that's a good list right there. Tyson Fury, great. Hello, Ariel, longtime listener, first-time subscriber. I was wondering, are you going to do an interview with Roberto Soldic and Alexander Rakic, two top MMA fighters from the Balkans? Greetings from the country of Montenegro. Greetings. Yes, we've had Rakic before, and Soldic is a great fighter who might be a highly sought-after free agent, so stay tuned. Sweaty Spaghetti. Good day, Ariel. I'm very slow today. I'm sorry. Over the last few days, we heard the story of a truly inspirational Khalil Roundtree Jr., while also, once again, having the dark side of MMA rear its ugly head through the vile comments made by Sean Strickland. In my opinion, he unequivocally crossed the line. Do you agree? And if so, what is an appropriate punishment by the UFC? I don't know, man. Clearly they don't care. Clearly he don't care. I just say ignore it. And what are you going to, I mean, why? It's unnecessary. I don't know. It's I say something here like, you're a soy boy, you're soft, you're this, you're that. Guys, can we act as human beings? Can we be respectful? Can we be kind-hearted? This venom, this mean-spiritedness, these insults, it's gross. Doesn't make me proud to be a part of MMA, to be an MMA fan, and especially when you see them go gaga over stupid things and then just let this type of rhetoric slide by. Shame. It's a shame. Benji, Ariel, first here, and what a pleasure. Golly, I love the mixture of international fighters you have on, but it does seem like you have a secret soft spot for our UK guys and gals. I mean, I like everyone. I've been accused of less, I suppose. Not many foreigners understand our humor, but you get it. Yeah, I do. Part of the Commonwealth. Who would you say is the funniest UK fighter you've come across? Arnold Allen, for sure. Hello, gents. If there's one MMA heel you could turn into a babyface and vice versa, who would they be? Wow. Till turning heel on Khamzat would be, I mean, that double turn right there. Till, Khamzat's a bit of a face, but he has some heel qualities. That would be like WrestleMania 13, Austin, Bret Hart-esque. So that would be a cool one. Matmo says Colby. That would be a crazy one. Imagine like Colby like rips open his shirt and he's wearing a Bernie Sanders for president shirt. That would be pretty wild. Brandon Moreno, nicest guy in the sport. Imagine someone like Molly turned heel. I feel like Paddy's like teetering on face heel. He could easily go, to the dark side. Steve, hey Ariel, random question, but who do you think has had the most unexpected fall from grace after losing the title or losing their title fight? Some I think of are Cody Garbrandt. That's what I was going to say. Marlon Moraes didn't win the title, but title fight, yeah. Hendricks, definitely. All while competing for the belt. They looked amazing. Rockhold too, right? He had the win and fell off. But yeah, Cody is up there, as is Hendricks. Nico Montano. Zach Payne, good morning, Ariel. Don't get me wrong. I understand the appeal of why Francis would love to box Tyson Fury. That is a very big money fight. But what happens after that? After that, he can go back to the UFC. But yes, you're right. It is a one-off. I mean, don't forget, he's getting up there in age. I mean, after he fights Tyson Fury, what does he do? Does he just dip and stop fighting? Potentially. I mean, he's in his mid-30s. Get that big payday. By the way, one of those payday could equal to like 10 fights. Don't forget about that. Henan Barao, good one from Casey, did fall off. Although he had a couple of interim title fights, but yes. I don't see him wanting to fight. No, listen, he could get one fight against Tyson for $10 million. That's equal to 10 of his fights. This week's handicap hot take for you. Paddy Pimblett is heavily overrated and will never be a top 10 fighter. Some might say that's not a hot take. Liam, Ariel, the reply from last week about your time at Cuse and experiences with the anxiety got me so fired up. Couldn't believe you addressed me. Was the coolest thing ever. No question from me. Just wanted to say you're the GOAT, bro, and I genuinely look at you as a good friend. Your pal, Liam. Respect, Liam. Bulldog, it's yourself, Helwani. What was the weirdest part of transitioning from your teen years to adulthood? For me, it's the age-old question of when is it too old to still be at the kids' table? God. I mean, my early 20s were a very, very difficult time. That's when I went to Syracuse. I was highly depressed, highly lonely. I would sit in my room and just watch wrestling all day. I was just a loner. I mean, I was literally counting down the days till I could leave. And I remember seeing a quote, don't count the days, make the days count. And it sort of started to like open up. But like, I remember I would think of May of 2004, like it's ingrained in my brain because I just wanted to leave. I was just so unhappy there. When they won the national championship in 2003, like I was like, ugh, I don't even want to celebrate. I don't want anyone to be happy here. It was a tough time, not going to lie. And then I went home after graduating, broke my ankle 2 days later, and was on crutches and had to go through a ton of physical therapy, but I moved to New York instead of going to Greece for the Olympics, working for NBC. I've told this story before, met my wife, so everything worked out. But those early, like 20, 21, 22-ish, weird times. I'm way happier now as an almost 40-year-old than I was as a early 20-year-old because you're just more secure, you're more confident, things are more set, you've got a family, you've got, there's a ton that I want to do, but you can look back and be proud. It's just a lot of uncertainty. Okay, just a couple more here. Who do you think would win at a battle royal of all the MMA Hour employees? Wow. Okay, so we've got Frank, GC, Corporate Alex, Joe, Bitcoin Joe, Crypto Joe, I think that's the name, Yoon, New York Rick. Those are, the main ones. Who do you guys think? Battle Royal, all the MMA Hour employees.
Pretty sure Al Shadi's on top.
Wait, he's not an MMA Hour guy. I mean,
he helps me every night.
All right, fine.
Shout out.
Wow. Seems like you're trying to mend the fences from your prediction earlier.
No, I mean, I don't know if we're going to stay at $10 or if we're moving it up now.
Wow.
If we're going with those people, I'll take Casey. I'll double down.
Yeah, I mean, he's not full-time MMA Hour. I think they were going full-time MMA Hour.
Oh, than myself.
Yeah. Carmine. Hey, Ariel. With Eagle FC instituting a super lightweight division, do you think other promotions will follow? I hope so, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. Newman. Hello, Newman.
Joe says Casey, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Your new favorite rapper, Benny the Butcher, dropped a new album on Friday. Have you heard it yet? It's incredible. I haven't. Frank, have you?
No, I haven't, but that's good news.
In your 2 Cent Tuesday, you revealed that you spoke with Khamzat. Yes, last week, Darren Till and Khamzat called me on the phone, on FaceTime. We spoke. He unblocked me on Twitter. He may or may not have revealed that it wasn't him who blocked me, that it might have been someone else. I'll give you one guess as to who that might be. One day he'll be on the show, but so far, no dice. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Helwani. Do you think MMA can continue to remain immune to this? He's talking about the political conversations. I mean, I don't think we're immune to it, but they do a good job of dodging things in MMA. Other sports, they seem to try to treat these things head on. I mean, just look, someone sent me a tweet 2 years ago today. Dana said, Khabib Ferguson will unequivocally, absolutely happen. We are going to go somewhere. You remember, like everyone kind of stood down, controversial or not, whatever. This sport, we tackle these things head on. Controversial or not. Salut de Montréal. What's your relationship like with BT Sport guys, Catterall, Pete, Sanko, Bisping, Hardy? Great. I like them all. Why don't you cover MMA for them? Well, I cover MMA for a lot of other people, and I like the fact that the wrestling is my spot for them. So we'll save that for the book. How about that? No, it's fine. There's nothing. Everything is nice, neat. It's perfect. Also, my wife says you have a soothing voice. Thank you to your wife. Also, I don't think Sanko works for BT. Okay. What are we at? 35? Golly. Is RDA the most underrated fighter in the fans' eyes? I don't know about right now, but, you know, maybe most underappreciated. My man, Afternoon Ariel Lewis, keeping it free and real this week, I want to ask about the famous Helwani wardrobe. How many shirts deep is it at this point? Golly, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, it might be over 40. Do you have favorite shirts or any that bring about memories? Yeah, this one. I love this one. I've worn this a bunch. There's definitely a few. A lot of plaid. But yes, there are definitely ones that I'll be like, oh, I wore this for... I remember the one I wore for the first MMA hour, the last MMA hour, ESPN, all that. Do you plan your show attire for the week? No. Just go in the room. Oh, I haven't worn that in a while. Who's ironing the shirts? Always crisp. Not really, to be honest. I actually think that they can be crisper. But, you know, you send them to... True story, I don't know how to iron. I'm not good at it. Maybe I could get away with it, but I'm not good at it. Dry cleaner. Damn, Daniel. Back at it again with the white fans. Obviously, you've interviewed every person on earth at this point, but still no one is perfect. What do you think are your biggest weaknesses, flaws as an interviewer, and how do you go about trying to improve? Wow, that is a great one. I hate when I ask multiple questions in a question. Hate that. Can always ask better follow-ups, can always listen better. But the multiple questions in a questions is a pet peeve. Hate. What's up, Thug Nose? Any updates on Darren Till? Not yet. Happy National Artichoke Hearts Day. Seriously, I believe you. What's the best way to get more people interested in MMA who aren't already? Show them some fights, but most importantly, show them the characters. Show them the personalities. I've always realized that, you know, when someone gets emotionally invested in the characters, it goes a long way. It really does. This is a great story. Back in 2008, me and my friends got into a fight with Andre Petrosky at a Springfield party, his hometown, because he hooked up with my buddy's skeezer girlfriend. He was known as a scary guy back then with his wrestling credentials, but none of us knew him because we were out of town. Anyway, all hell broke loose, and we actually got the best of him. However, I believe he was holding back. LOL. Anyway, it's great to see his success in the UFC. I was wondering if maybe next time he was on your show, you could ask him if he remembers what his version of this story was. Also, who's your pick for him and Maximov, and who is the favorite? I don't know who the favorite is, But that's a freaking great story, and I would love to ask him about it. It seems he always knows, sometimes even before the fighters. How many calls do you make in a week to get information and fact check stuff? Believe it or not, lately, I'm not really chasing the nuggets as much as I was. It's just not really a fun game because they're so afraid. I've never understood this. Why are the managers, why are the fighters so afraid to talk about information that is about themselves? It's about you. It's about your life. There is no fight if you're not partaking in it. But the UFC puts the fear of God in them so that they could send a tweet, if they even send the tweet about the fight. It's like, yo, don't even tell me. Go out there and pump it up yourself. So you kind of have to stop short of sacrificing your firstborn child to get this information. I just stopped caring. Now things fall in the lap. You hear about things, you investigate, but it's definitely not the amount of phone calls that I was putting in back in the day because I just don't get honestly, don't have the time, don't have the effort. They used to, when I was at ESPN, not to drum this stuff up all again, but they would specifically tell the managers, if you tell Ariel this, we are going to cancel this fight. Can you think about how crazy that is? How crazy. And they would say, we are telling so-and-so reporter, so you better not tell Helwani. Can you think about how nuts that sounds? What are we doing here? What is going on? By the way, I'm working for the broadcast partner. This is what I mean when I say the pettiness knows no bounds. So I don't really care. And the funny thing was, I never cared. That was the best part about the whole witch hunt to try to find out who the mole was in 2016. There wasn't a mole, and they were going crazy over it, and I was just sitting back and just doing my job and calling people and being like, what? You guys are freaking out over this? That's weird. No mole, never was a mole. Greetings. Can I ask how a day in the life of Helwani looks like on a day-to-day basis? Seems like you're so in tune to every sport, along with watching TV series, writing articles, YouTube, blah, blah, blah. What book are you currently reading? Thanks, and have a prosperous rest of the week. Thank you. I'm reading Charles Oakley's book, and I'm reading Stephen Brunt's book on the Gretzky trade. The name is escaping me right now, but those are the two books that I'm reading at the moment. Every day is different, but every day is the same in terms of my Mondays are very similar to every Monday. Tuesdays the same. There's a routine. Try to exercise every day, try to eat well, but every Wednesday is the same. Do the show, this, that. Every Monday is the same. Every Thursday is the same. So routine is a big thing for me. I like routine. Okay, man, there's so many questions here. This sucks. I can't get to all of them. Do you think Conor and Khabib gets as big as it did without the Dolly incident? Probably, but it certainly helped. GC, what's the most money you've ever bet on a game?
Oh gosh, hundreds. I've never broken the 1,000 mark on a game.
Never. In terms of what you bet or what you won?
No, I've won thousands before on futures and parlays, but actually the bet that I place, I've never gone over 1,000. I'm only 28. I don't have that much financial freedom to bet thousands.
Right. Man, just so many. Do they call Canadian bacon bacon in Canada? I think so.
Man, who was that one from?
Oh, was that him? Oh, Mysterious Frank. Wow. Damn. Wait, did you write this before the show or after the show?
Before the show.
That's weird.
Yeah, but you didn't answer it. You guys are just hey, I want a pizza with some bacon on it.
I think I think that's what you say. By the way, that's so crazy that I just skipped through a bunch and landed on that question.
Is it crazy?
Brian Campbell of Morning Combat often talks about his men's league basketball skills. My question is, if you were to take a member of the MMA hour to partner with to play 2-on-2 against Luke and BC, are you taking GC New York Rick or Frank Mysterio? I like that, Frank Mysterio. GC, how are your basketball skills? You're tall, you're rangy, you're long.
My whole life. My whole life. It would be a terrible mistake for you to take anyone else.
Really? Okay, because I've played with Rick, not bad, but I feel like you're younger, you're taller, you're rangier.
I could dunk at one point in my life.
Okay, it's over. I think we would whoop their ass if you ask me. Do you think we'll get the opportunity to see Paddy's walkout? We better. What a freaking disaster. What a promotional malpractice that would be. Any word on what's next for Dominic Cruz? Not yet. Cookies, chocolate chip or white chocolate? Definitely chocolate chip. No doubt about it. And last one. Is Sean Strickland's persona too much? Is it a persona or is it real? I don't know. But it's not very fun at the moment. Okay, let's get to 50. Hey, Ariel, any shot Diaz-Poirier will main event? There's a shot, but I'm hearing maybe not co-main. But sure, there's a shot. But as of now, I'm hearing not. Why did it take the UFC so long to go outside of the US when Bellator has had multiple shows? No idea. Do you think the MMA media never brought it up because Dana because they were scared to get blacklisted? Nah. Apex, baby. Make a lot of money there. Comfortable. It's awesome. Hey, Ariel, I was doing some looking around on Wikipedia and found out that you're 5 days older than me. Shout out. How does it feel to be turning 40 soon? Pretty good. Do you have any plans to celebrate? Or is age just a number to you? A little bit of both. I would like to go on a trip. Maybe go to like a Blue Jays game in Toronto. I was thinking of that, or a Bills game. I've never been to a Bills game. Maybe go to Cooperstown with my kids. Maybe just something fun like that. But I don't like big parties. I don't like people coming over. I don't like big dinners. I'm not a fan of that stuff. I'm thankful to be alive, healthy, and I just want to. 40, it's a nice number, but I don't want to make too big of a deal about it. Think of that movie, This Is 40. That was depressing. Okay, last one. Jezzy Q here once again. I have a very excited young Danny Q here as well. We will be shortly traveling to Dallas to take in the sights and be in attendance for WrestleMania. Hope we get a photo op. I'll be there. 2 questions this week. Who you got, Brock or the New York ripoff, the New York Rick ripoff, Roman? Wow, what a compliment to New York Rick. I think Roman wins. Does Cody return? Yes. Question is, there or before? At this point, I feel like it's going to be there because I feel like we're like wasting time, right? Or maybe before for the I'm going to say there. But yes, he is coming back. That's what I believe. All right, we are done. Thank you all for the questions. I'm sorry I didn't get to everyone. I love you all. We went an hour here. What more do you want from me? But please keep sending them, and I will do my best to get to as many as possible. We're out of time. Frank, you can hit the music. Big weekend coming up. Celtic Gladiator 31. UFC London, KSW. PFL Challengers. All that stuff. Really enjoyed today's program. Great characters on today's show. Some heartwarming characters. I just, I love doing the show. Wednesdays are fun. Let's see if anyone has bothered me. Wow. It's a lot. Oh. Can I report this? Okay, not the best way to end the show, but I got a text. See, as I was saying, people want to tell me things. It just happens to fall into my lap. How beautiful is that? It's good to be the king, because remember, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. All hail El Nariz. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you to Casey. Good luck to him. Give him hell. Wow, did you see that? My pencil just flew. Give him hell, Casey. You ain't seen nothing yet. Baby. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. Good luck to him on Saturday in his MMA debut. Thank you very much to Molly McCann. Good luck to her as well. Thank you to Matt Brown. Good luck next week. Thank you to DJ. Good luck to him next week. Thank you to Kevin Holland. You're a hero. And thank you to Ilia Topuria. Good luck next Saturday, this Saturday as well. Thanks to the team. Thanks to the crew. Thanks to all of you. Back on Monday, same time, place to the same. Peace. I'm out of here.